Have you ever been deep in the woods at night? Truly deep, where the only light comes from your campfire and the stars, and the only sounds are the crackling flames and the whisper of the wind through the trees. There's a certain peace to it, but there's also something else, a primal feeling, a little voice in the back of your mind that remembers a time when we weren't at the top of the food chain. The feeling that you're being watched. Most of the time, it's just your imagination, an overactive mind playing tricks in the dark. But for the people in the story you're about to see, it wasn't their imagination. They went camping looking for an escape, a quiet weekend away from it all. But they found something else waiting for them in the darkness. Something that was patient, something that was intelligent, and something that was hunting them. What you're about to watch is their terrifying experience. So, get comfortable and listen close. This is the story of what was waiting for them in the woods. My name is Ethan, and for the last 7 years, I've lived with a memory that feels less like a recollection and more like a splinter of ice, lodged permanently against my spine. Most memories of your 20s fade into a warm, hazy blur of cheap apartments, questionable decisions, and friendships that felt like they would last forever. They soften with time. This one, however, has only sharpened. Its edges have grown more defined, its colors more vivid, its sounds more chillingly clear with each passing year. It's the memory of a weekend trip to the Sierra Nevadas. A trip that was supposed to be a simple escape, but became a lesson in how vast and terrifyingly indifferent the wilderness can be, and how thin the veil of safety we wrap around ourselves truly is. There were 3 of us. First, there was Liam. If our trio was a machine, Liam was the engine. He was loud, relentlessly optimistic, and possessed a kind of brute force confidence that could either be incredibly inspiring or profoundly irritating, often within the same conversation. We'd been friends since college, where we'd bonded over a shared major in business and a mutual disdain for our microeconomics professor. Liam was a city creature through and through. He thrived on the energy of crowded streets and the hum of commerce. For him, the wilderness was a novelty, a gym with better scenery. It was a challenge to be met, a landscape to be conquered and photographed for social media. He saw mountains as things to be climbed, and trails as paths to be briskly hiked, not as a living, breathing entity with its own ancient rules. He was 6'2", with the broad shoulders of a former college athlete who hadn't quite let himself go. And he approached every situation with the unshakable belief that there was no problem that couldn't be solved with enough logic, or if that failed, a bit of shouting. Then there was Chloe. Chloe was our compass, both literally and figuratively, while Liam was the engine. She was the navigator. She had grown up in a small town nestled at the foot of the Rockies, and the outdoors was her native language. She knew which berries were safe to eat, how to read the clouds for signs of a coming storm, and could start a fire in damp conditions with a patience that bordered on meditative. She was quieter than Liam, more observant. Where Liam saw a forest as a collection of trees, Chloe saw an ecosystem. She moved through the woods with a quiet respect that I always admired. She was the reason Liam and I had even started camping. She gently coaxed us out of the city, teaching us the basics, laughing at our clumsy attempts to pitch a tent and sharing her deep love for the silent, towering places of the world. Chloe was practical, grounded, and the person you'd want by your side in any crisis. Her presence was a calming anchor, a promise that everything was under control. And then there was me, Ethan. I suppose I was the group's chronicler, the observer. I was neither as bold as Liam nor as skilled as Chloe. I existed in the space between them, a balance of city-bred anxiety and a genuine, if timid, appreciation for the wild. I loved the idea of the wilderness, the escape, the raw beauty, but I was also acutely aware of its dangers. I was the one who always packed an extra first aid kit, the one who'd read the park warnings about mountain lions and bear encounters with a little too much focus. Liam called me a worrier. Chloe called me prudent. I think, in truth, just a realist who understood that we were guests in a world that was not designed for us, a world that operated on a scale of time and power we could barely comprehend. This particular trip was Liam's idea, last hurrah, before Chloe started a demanding new job that would chain her to a desk for the foreseeable future. He'd picked a spot in the Sierra Nevadas he'd found on some hiking blog, promising epic views and total isolation. He wasn't wrong. The drive itself felt like a journey of subtraction. We left the sprawling suburbs of the Bay Area behind, watching as the concrete and steel gave way to rolling golden hills, which in turn slowly rose into the formidable granite-toothed peaks of the mountains. Cell Certus vanished bar by bar, each loss feeling like a severed thread, connecting us to the world we knew. The air grew thinner, cooler, and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and cold stone. We arrived at the trailhead late Friday afternoon. Liam burst out of the car, stretching dramatically. "Smell that, boys and girls. That's the smell of freedom, and no emails." Chloe smiled, taking a deep, appreciative breath. "It's beautiful up here." I felt it too, but my freedom was tinged with that familiar, low-level hum of anxiety. The trees here seemed older, bigger. The forest was denser, the shadows deeper than in the more manicured state parks we usually frequented. As we shouldered our packs and started the 3-mile hike to our designated campsite, the silence was the first thing that truly struck me. It wasn't just quiet, it was a profound, heavy silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the trail and the occasional cry of a distant hawk. The first night was exactly what we'd hoped for. It was perfect. Chloe, with her effortless expertise, got a crackling campfire going as dusk blotted purple and orange across the sky. Liam produced a cooler of cheap beer. He'd insisted on hauling all the way in, and we sat around the flames, the light pushing back the immense darkness that pressed in from all sides. We told stupid jokes, recounted old college stories, and roasted marshmallows until they were blackened, carcinogenic shells of sugar. The beer, the fire, and the easy camaraderie worked their magic, and even my anxieties began to melt away. The woods felt peaceful, welcoming. We were just 3 friends under a canopy of brilliant diamond dust stars, a million miles from everything. The trouble started on the second day. After a lazy breakfast of oatmeal and cowboy coffee, we decided to explore. Chloe pointed to a ridge on our map. "The view from up there should be incredible," she said. "There's a creek we can follow for the first part of the way." The day was bright and clear, the mountain air so crisp it felt like a tonic. We followed the meandering creek, its water running crystal clear over a bed of smooth, multi-colored stones. The forest floor was a carpet of pine needles and damp earth. It was on a small, muddy bank, where the creek took a sharp turn, that Chloe suddenly stopped. Whoa, guys, look at this. Liam and I came up behind her. There, pressed deep into the dark, wet soil, was a track. My first thought was bear. It was huge, certainly larger than any bear print I'd ever seen in a book or on a park sign. But as I looked closer, the initial assessment dissolved into a cold, prickling sense of unease. It was wrong. All wrong. A bear print is wide, almost round, with 5 distinct toe marks and the unmistakable impression of claws. This was different. It was strangely elongated, almost rectangular. It was longer than my forearm, from my elbow to my fingertips. There were 5 toes, yes, but they were longer, more slender than a bear's, and there were no claw marks. None at all. The most disturbing part was the heel. It was narrow and deeply impressed, suggesting a bipedal gait, a way of walking that felt unnervingly human-like. Yet, the sheer size, the proportions, the fundamental structure, it was something else entirely. It was a shape that my brain had no category for, and that lack of recognition was terrifying. I knelt, my heart starting to beat a little faster. "What the hell is that?" I murmured, tracing its outline in the air with my finger. Chloe was frowning, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. She nudged the edge of the print with the toe of her boot. "I have no idea," she said, her voice quiet. "It's not a bear. The shape is all wrong. And the stride, look." She pointed to another, fainter impression a few yards away. The distance between them was enormous, far longer than any human could manage in a single step, especially on uneven, muddy ground. Liam, ever the skeptic, scoffed. He kicked a loose stone near the print. "It's a bear," he declared with an air of finality. "Probably a big one." The mud and the water distorted the print, made it look stretched out. Simple as that. "Liam, there are no claw marks," Chloe insisted, not taking her eyes off the track. "And the weight distribution is wrong for a quadruped. Look how deep the heel is." "So, what are you saying?" Liam laughed, a dismissive, booming sound that felt jarring in the quiet woods. "It's Bigfoot. Come on, Chloe. You're the expert here. Don't tell me you're getting spooked by some weirdly shaped mud." "I'm not saying what it is," she replied, her tone sharp with an annoyance she rarely showed. "I'm saying it's not a bear. And I don't like it." A cold tension settled over our group. The bright, beautiful day suddenly felt thinner. The air seemed colder. I looked up from the track, my eyes scanning the dense wall of trees that surrounded us. The forest was no longer just a collection of trees and rocks. It was a screen, a curtain. And for the first time, I had the distinct and horrifying feeling that we were being watched. We stood there for a long moment in silence, the 3 of us, staring at a footprint that made no sense, while the cheerful babble of the creek suddenly sounded like a warning. The perfect weekend was over. We just didn't know how truly over it was yet. Liam's dismissive laughter echoed for a moment before dying, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forest. The tension he tried to break only solidified, becoming a cold, heavy thing between the 3 of us. Chloe didn't even look at him. She took one last, long look at the alien track in the mud, her face a mask of deep, unreadable concern, and then turned back toward the direction of our camp. "Let's go back," she said, her voice flat. It wasn't a suggestion. The hike back was a miserable affair. The easy camaraderie of the morning had completely evaporated, replaced by a strained, suspicious quiet. Liam, clearly annoyed by our lack of agreement with his bear theory, stomped ahead, making a point of snapping branches and kicking at rocks, as if to prove how unfazed he was. His bravado felt hollow, a noisy distraction against the profound stillness that had once again descended. Chloe and I walked a few paces behind him. She kept her eyes scanning the woods around us, her head constantly turning, her body language tense and alert. She had slipped into a mode I'd never seen before. Not the patient teacher, but the wary prey. I found myself mimicking her, my own senses screamingly alert. Every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, every snap of a distant twig, every shadow that seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest, which had felt so majestic and peaceful just an hour before, now felt menacing. The towering pines and ancient cedars no longer looked like silent sentinels. They looked like bars on a cage. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague premonition. It was a certainty. It was a physical pressure on the back of my neck, a prickling sensation across my skin that made me want to run, to scream, to do anything but walk calmly through this vast, indifferent wilderness. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back from the gloom between the trees. When we finally got back to our campsite, the relief I expected to feel never came. The small clearing, our temporary home, now felt horribly exposed. The single tent looked flimsy and pathetic against the backdrop of the immense forest. There was no comfort here, only a heightened awareness of our isolation. Liam immediately tried to restore a sense of normalcy, his voice booming with forced cheerfulness. "All right, who's ready for some gourmet hot dogs and beans?"
A meal fit for kings.
He started bustling around, pulling out food and cookware with an exaggerated energy that grated on my raw nerves. Chloe ignored him. She walked to the edge of the clearing and began gathering firewood. I noticed she was picking up much larger, thicker pieces than she had the night before. I went to help her, and we worked in silence for a while, the only sound the thud of wood being stacked. "You really think it's something to worry about?" I asked finally, my voice barely a whisper. She didn't stop her work, but she paused long enough to look me directly in the eyes. Her expression was grim. "Ethan, I've been camping and hiking my whole life. I've seen mountain lions, bears, moose. I've been stalked by coyotes. I know what the animals in these woods look and sound and act like. That track, that wasn't an animal I know." She hefted a heavy log onto the pile. "We need a big fire tonight. A very big fire." Her words chilled me to the bone. Chloe, our calm, capable anchor, was genuinely scared. Her fear was more convincing than any footprint. Liam could scoff all he wanted, but if Chloe was worried, I was terrified. Dinner was a tense, largely silent ordeal. Liam kept trying to make jokes, but they fell flat in the heavy atmosphere. He wolfed down his food, while Chloe and I barely touched ours, our appetites gone. As the sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing, Chloe got the fire going. It was a monster far larger than the cheerful little campfire from the previous night. The flames leaped high into the air, a roaring, crackling beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. It pushed back the shadows, but it also made the darkness outside its ring of light seem deeper, blacker, and more absolute. We sat huddled close to it, the heat a welcome comfort against the sudden mountain chill. The familiar, friendly sounds of the forest at dusk were absent. There were no crickets, no chirping of late birds settling in for the night. There was only the sound of our fire and the wind whispering through the high branches of the pines. The silence was a living thing, a predator in its own right, and it was pressing in on us. The first sound came around 9 o'clock. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a howl or a roar. It was a low, guttural sound that started so deep, it was more of a vibration than a noise. It was a feeling in my chest, a resonant hum that seemed to shake the very air around us. Then it rose slightly in pitch, becoming a complex, throaty vocalization that was utterly alien. There was an intelligence in it, a quality of deliberate communication that no animal sound possessed. It was long, drawn out, and filled with a sense of immense power and deep-seated menace. It came from the darkness to our left, maybe 100 yards away, and it cut through the night like a shard of glass. We all froze. Liam, who had been poking the fire with a stick, went rigid. Chloe's head snapped up, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. The sound faded, leaving behind a silence that was even more tying than before. "What in the goddamn hell was that?" Liam whispered, his voice trembling, all his earlier bravado gone. "I don't know." Chloe breathed, her hand instinctively going to the small hatchet that lay on the log beside her. My heart was hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it might break. My mind raced, trying to put a name to the sound, to categorize it. But it refused to fit. It was the sound of something huge, something powerful, and something that did not belong in the world I knew. Then came the snap. A sharp, explosive crack from the same direction as the sound. It wasn't a twig. It was the sound of a thick branch, a limb the size of my arm, being broken with contemptuous ease. It was a display of strength, a statement. We were no longer alone. We were being hunted. The next few hours were the purest form of psychological torture I have ever endured. We didn't speak. We didn't move. We just sat there, staring into the fire, listening. The hatchet was now in Chloe's hands, her knuckles white. I had my camp knife, a pathetic 4-inch blade that felt like a toothpick, clutched in my sweaty palm. Liam had the long, heavy stick he'd been using to poke the fire, holding it like a club. We could hear it moving. It was circling our campsite, staying just beyond the reach of the firelight. It was massive. We couldn't see it, but we could hear the evidence of its size. The heavy, deliberate thud of its footsteps, each one pressing deep into the forest floor. The rustle of brush being pushed aside, not with the skittish haste of a deer, but with the slow, confident deliberation of something that knew it had no predator. It was taking its time. It was studying us. At one point, a sound came from the right side of the camp, a low grunt. Almost immediately, it was answered by a series of clicks and whistles from the left. There were 2 of them. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. We weren't just being stalked by a creature. We were being coordinatedly hunted by a pair of them. And then came the rock. There was a sudden, heavy whoosh of air. An object arced out of the impenetrable darkness, silhouetted for a fraction of a second against the starry sky. It wasn't a random falling branch. It was thrown, with a sickening, violent THWCK, a softball-sized stone slammed into the trunk of the tree right above our tent, not 10 feet from where we sat. It hit with such force that chips of bark rained down on the nylon roof. That was it. That was the moment my terror crystallized. From a primal fear of the unknown into the cold, hard certainty of a malicious intelligence. An animal doesn't throw a rock. An animal doesn't test your defenses. An animal doesn't aim. This was a deliberate act of aggression. A warning shot. It was a clear, unambiguous message: we are here. We see you. and we can get to you whenever we want. We scrambled backward, away from the tent, pressing ourselves against a large boulder on the other side of the fire, as if it could offer any real protection. We didn't sleep. We couldn't. We just sat there, wide-eyed and trembling, armed with our useless little weapons, for the rest of the night. We listened as the two massive things continued their slow, patient patrol around our tiny island of light. Their occasional, terrifying vocalizations a constant reminder that we were trapped, helpless, and completely at their mercy. We were just waiting for the dawn, praying it would come, and praying that we would still be alive to see it. Time ceased to have meaning. The hours between the thrown rock and the fresh hint of dawn stretched into an eternity of pure, undiluted fear. We remained pressed against the cold, unyielding granite of the boulder, a pathetic trinity of terror. The fire, our only shield, began to die down. Every time the flames sank lower, the circle of darkness crept closer, and our collective panic would surge. One of us, usually Liam, would summon the courage to scramble forward, throw a few more logs onto the embers, and retreat back to our futile sanctuary, his movements jerky and panicked. Each trip felt like a mad dash across no man's land. The things in the woods were relentless. They continued their patrol, their heavy footfalls a constant, terrifying rhythm that vibrated up through the ground. They were communicating, their bizarre symphony of deep, throated rumbles, clicks, and eerie, whistling calls painting a picture of a coordinated, intelligent hunt. They were toying with us. They would fall silent for long stretches, luring us into a state of fragile hope, only to shatter it with a sudden, deafening roar from a new direction, sending fresh waves of terror washing over us. They rustled the sides of our tent, the soft zip, zip, zip of a massive shoulder brushing against the thin nylon, making my blood run cold. They were showing us how close they could get, how easily they could tear through our pathetic shelter, if they chose to. Sometime in the deepest, darkest hour of the night, a new sound began. It was a low, rhythmic scraping. Scrape, pause. Scrape. It came from the direction of the creek. It was a methodical, deliberate sound, and my exhausted, terrified mind couldn't begin to comprehend what it could be. It sounded like a giant claw being dragged across stone, sharpening itself for the attack that felt horrifyingly imminent. Liam began to crack. His forced bravado from the day before had been stripped away, leaving behind a raw, primal fear. He started muttering to himself, a stream of, no, this isn't happening. At one point, he picked up a small rock and hurled it into the darkness.
Leave us alone!
He screamed, his voice cracking with hysteria. His shout was met with an immediate, explosive roar from the darkness that was so powerful it felt like a physical blow. It was a sound of pure, unrestrained fury, and it silenced him completely. He slumped back against the boulder, tears streaming down his face, utterly broken. Chloe, despite the terror in her eyes, was our rock. She kept the hatchet in her hand, her gaze constantly sweeping the perimeter of the firelight. She would put a calming hand on Liam's shoulder, whispering, "Stay quiet. Don't provoke them. Just wait for the light." Her quiet strength was the only thing holding us together, the only thread preventing us from dissolving into total, screaming madness. The first hint of dawn was not a glorious sunrise, but a slow, reluctant dilution of the absolute black. The sky began to shift to a bruised, grayish purple. This new light didn't bring relief. It brought a new, sharper kind of fear. The fear of what we would finally see. for all the terror of the sounds and the unseen movements. Part of my mind had clung to the possibility of a rational explanation. But I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my gut, that the light would reveal something that would shatter my understanding of the world forever. As the visibility increased, the sounds from the forest began to change. The circling footsteps receded. The vocalizations faded, replaced by the heavy sounds of something immense, moving away from us, crashing through the undergrowth up the ridge, and away from the creek. It sounded like they were leaving. Now, Chloe whispered, her voice urgent and hoarse. "We have to go now." There was no discussion. There was no plan other than escape. "Forget the gear," she commanded. "Tent, sleeping bags, cooler, leave it all. Just grab your pack and what's in your pockets. Nothing else. We don't have time." We moved like automatons, our bodies stiff and clumsy from the cold and the hours of terrified stillness. I fumbled with the zipper on my backpack, my fingers numb and useless. I stuffed my wallet and keys inside, my eyes scanning the woods, expecting a hulking figure to emerge from the trees at any second. Liam was a mess, sobbing quietly as he struggled to his feet. Chloe had to physically pull him up, her face set in a grim, determined mask. With our backpacks on, we took one last look at the campsite. It was a scene of chaos. The massive, smoldering fire, the abandoned gear, the dent in the tree where the rock had struck. It looked like a place that had been violated. "The trail is that way," Chloe said, pointing. "Don't run unless you have to. You'll trip. Walk fast, stay together, and do not look back. No matter what you hear, do not look back." Those first few steps away from the relative safety of the fire were the hardest I have ever taken. We were plunging ourselves into the very woods that had held us prisoner all night. Every nerve in my body screamed in protest. The 3-mile hike back to the car felt like 100. The forest was eerily quiet now, but it was a heavy, watchful silence. I could feel thousands of unseen eyes on my back. I disobeyed Chloe's order once. I couldn't help it. I risked a single, fleeting glance over my shoulder. I saw nothing but trees and shadows. But the feeling of being pursued was so powerful, it was almost a physical force pushing me forward. We moved faster than I thought possible, fueled by adrenaline and a terror so profound it had burned past screaming and settled into a cold, desperate need for survival. We passed the muddy bank by the creek where we had seen the first track. I didn't want to look, but my eyes were drawn to it against my will. It was worse than I could have imagined. The bank was churned into a muddy chaos of prints. There were dozens of them, from at least 2 individuals of different sizes. They were everywhere. Some were pressed so deep they were almost craters. They crisscrossed over each other, leading from the creek bed up into the trees and back again. And near the water's edge was the source of the scraping sound. Several large, flat river stones were covered in long, deep gouges, as if a giant had been systematically dragging its nails across them. My stomach heaved, and I had to force myself to look away and keep moving. The sight of the car, when we finally burst out of the trailhead into the small, dusty parking lot, was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It was a symbol of civilization, of safety, of escape. Liam fumbled frantically for his keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them twice. I snatched them up, my own fingers barely more steady, and finally managed to unlock the doors. We threw ourselves inside, slamming and locking the doors behind us. For a moment we just sat there, gasping for air inside the cold, silent car. We were out. We were safe. I jammed the key into the ignition, and the engine roaring to life was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I didn't bother to turn around. I slammed the car into reverse, spun it around, and stomped on the accelerator, sending gravel flying. We didn't speak for the first hour of the drive. The only sounds were the hum of the tires on the asphalt and our ragged breathing. The sun was fully up now, flooding the landscape with a bright, cheerful light that felt like a cruel joke. How could the world look so normal after a night of such absolute, mind-altering terror? Finally, it was Liam who broke the silence. "We don't ever talk about this," he said, his voice a hollow rasp. He wasn't looking at either of us, just staring out the window at the blur of passing trees. Not to anyone. Not to each other. It didn't happen. Chloe and I just nodded. There was nothing else to say. What could we say? Who would ever believe us? We knew what we had heard, what we had felt. We knew that we had been at the mercy of something huge, intelligent, and terrifyingly real. And we knew that we had been incredibly, impossibly lucky to escape with our lives. We never went camping again. The three of us drifted apart within a year. The shared trauma didn't bond us. It created a chasm of unspoken horror that we couldn't bridge. Every time we saw each other, we saw the reflection of that night in each other's eyes, and it was too much to bear. 7 years have passed. I live in the city now, surrounded by concrete and noise and people. I don't do wilderness. I don't even like parks after dark. But the memory hasn't faded. It's a cold, hard splinter of ice lodged deep in my soul. Sometimes, on quiet nights, when the city hums just right, I can almost feel it. That deep, resonant vibration in my chest. And I remember the simple, terrifying truth that we learned that weekend in the Sierra Nevadas. We are not alone in the woods, and we are not at the top of the food chain. My name is Jenna. If I close my eyes, I can still smell the damp earth and the sharp, clean scent of pine that defined the beginning of the end. There's a particular quality to the air in the deep woods of Oregon. A weight and a history that you don't find in the city. It feels ancient, watchful. We went there seeking adventure, a disconnection from the digital noise of our lives. We found something else entirely, something that has been connected to that land for far longer than any of us could comprehend. There were 4 of us, a perfect number for a weekend camping trip, or so we thought. There was my boyfriend, Mark, a man who was as solid and dependable as the old oak trees we hiked past. He was the planner, the navigator, the one who checked every knot and secured every guy line on our tents with a practiced efficiency. His confidence was a warm blanket, and for the first few hours, I was wrapped securely in it. He saw the woods as a challenge to be met with the right gear and a good map. For him, nature was a system to be understood, not feared. Then there was Sarah, my closest friend since college. She was the vibrant, laughing heart of our group. Where Mark was practical, Sarah was whimsical. She'd stop to marvel at the pattern of moss on a fallen log or try to identify a bird call with an app on her phone until the signal inevitably died. She brought a lightness with her that was infectious, a constant hum of cheerful energy. Her partner, Ben, was the quiet counterpoint to her bright melody. He was an observer, a man of few words but with a quick, easy smile. He was a tinkerer, always fiddling with something. A camera lens, a new fishing lure, or his favorite pocket knife. A classic silver tool his grandfather had given him. He found comfort in the mechanics of things, in the predictable click and fold of a well-made object. The four of us had been planning this trip for months. We chose a spot deep in a national forest, a place that required a 2-hour drive on a progressively worsening dirt road, followed by a 5-mile hike to the campsite. The isolation was the entire point. No cell service, no park rangers making rounds, no other campfires dotting the landscape. Just us, the trees, and a sky so full of stars you could get lost in it. The hike-in was beautiful, almost deceptively so. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of Douglas firs, painting shifting patterns on the fern-covered ground. We crossed a chattering creek, its water so cold and clear it numbed our fingers. We laughed and pointed out deer tracks, feeling like seasoned explorers pushing into an untouched world. The sounds of civilization, the distant hum of a highway, the faint drone of a plane, vanished within the first mile. They were replaced by the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth, the cry of a hawk circling high above, and the whisper of the wind through the colossal trees. It was a profound, almost holy silence, and we drank it in. When we finally reached the designated campsite, a small clearing next to a slow, moving river, a sense of accomplishment washed over us. This was our kingdom for the weekend. We worked together like a well-oiled machine. Mark and I set up the 2 tents, positioning them with their doors facing the fire pit. Sarah and Ben went to gather firewood, their laughter echoing back through the trees. The air grew cooler as the sun began to dip below the jagged line of the mountains in the west. As dusk settled, Ben sat on a log by the fire pit, using his grandfather's knife to shave kindling from a dry branch. The silver of the blade caught the last rays of sunlight. I remember the sight clearly, because it was the last time any of us saw it. He set it down on the rough, hewn picnic table next to him as he went to help Sarah organize our food supplies in a bear-proof container. We cooked hot dogs and beans over the fire, the simple meal tasting like a gourmet feast in the open air. We told stories, our faces illuminated by the dancing flames. The darkness that gathered around our small circle of light wasn't menacing yet. It was cozy, a private theater for the four of us. The river murmured nearby, a constant, soothing presence. It was only when we were cleaning up that the first thread of unease was woven into our perfect tapestry. "Has anyone seen my knife?" Ben asked, his voice casual. He was patting the pockets of his cargo pants. I could have sworn I left it on the table. We all stopped. A quick search ensued. We looked on the table, under it, and in the grass around it, our flashlight beams cutting sharp cones through the dark. Nothing. "You probably just packed it away without thinking, man," Mark said, clapping him on the shoulder. "It's a small thing. It'll turn up in the morning when we unpack the cooking gear again." "Maybe," Ben said, though a line of frustration was etched between his brows. "I never lose that knife. Never." Sarah tried to lighten the mood.
Maybe a squirrel ran off with it?
"He's probably back in his nest, using it to carve tiny squirrel furniture." We all chuckled, but the joke didn't quite land. The idea of the knife simply vanishing from the center of our camp was strange. It was a solid, tangible object. For it to disappear without a trace felt wrong, like a glitch in the fabric of reality. We let it go, chalking it up to the disorienting nature of the dark. Later, as we were getting ready to turn in, the second glitch occurred. We had all taken our hiking boots off, leaving them just outside our respective tents to avoid tracking dirt inside. I saw Sarah place her sturdy leather boots neatly side by side next to her tent flap. An hour later, tucked into my sleeping bag, I listened to the sounds of the forest. The wind had picked up, and it made the trees creak and groan like the timbers of an old ship. A strange, low moan echoed in the distance. An owl, I told myself, just an owl. But a primal part of my brain. The part that our ancestors used to listen for predators in the night. Wasn't so sure. Suddenly, the zipper on Sarah and Ben's tent rasped open. "Okay, this isn't funny." Sarah's voice was sharp with annoyance. "Where is it?" "Where's what, honey?" Ben mumbled sleepily. "My boot. My right boot. It's gone." Mark and I sat bolt upright. I fumbled for my headlamp, my heart starting a low, heavy drumbeat against my ribs. We unzipped our tent and stepped out into the cold night air. The fire was now just a bed of glowing orange embers, casting a weak, pulsing light. Sure enough, next to Sarah and Ben's tent sat a single, lonely hiking boot. The other one was gone. This was different. A pocket knife was one thing. A heavy size 8 hiking boot was another. We scanned the entire campsite with our flashlights. We walked the perimeter, our beams probing the impenetrable wall of blackness that surrounded our clearing. There were no tracks, no signs of a struggle. It had simply vanished, just like the knife. "A raccoon," Mark said, his voice strained with forced logic. "It must have been a really bold raccoon. Or a fox. A fox. What would a fox want with my boot?" Sarah's voice trembled. She was trying to sound angry, but fear was leaking through. "It can't eat it. It's not a toy. Animals do weird things," Mark insisted. But his argument sounded hollow even to himself. He was the pragmatist, the man with an explanation for everything, and he was failing. The blanket of his confidence was starting to feel thin and frayed. We stood there for a long time in the dying light of the fire. 4 people in a tiny bubble of civilization, surrounded by an infinite, ancient wilderness. The river still murmured, but it no longer sounded soothing. It sounded like a whisper. The wind in the trees no longer sounded like the wind. It sounded like a breath. The easy camaraderie of the evening was gone, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. Something was wrong. We weren't just isolated. We were being watched. And whatever was watching us was now taking things. It was testing us. Or maybe it was just getting started. Sleep was no longer an option. After the incident with Sarah's boot, the cozy warmth of our sleeping bags felt like a trap. To get back into the tents would be to admit defeat, to hide from a threat we couldn't see or understand. So we rebuilt the fire, piling on logs until it roared back to life, a defiant beacon against the oppressive darkness. We huddled together on the logs around it, pulling our blankets tight around our shoulders, but the cold we felt wasn't just from the night air. It was a deep, internal chill that the fire couldn't touch. The forest had transformed. The comforting, neutral sounds of the night were gone. Every snap of a twig was a footstep. Every rustle of leaves was something slithering closer. The wind, as it moved through the towering pines, seemed to carry a new malevolence. We were silent for a long time, each of us lost in our own fearful thoughts. The easy chatter and laughter from just a few hours before felt like a memory from another lifetime. Mark, ever the leader, was the first to speak, but the confident authority in his voice was gone, replaced by a thin, brittle imitation of it. "Okay, let's think this through logically. There has to be an explanation." "An explanation for what, Mark?" Sarah's voice was sharp, verging on hysterical. She was hugging her knees to her chest, her face pale in the firelight. She now wore a mismatched pair of sneakers she'd brought as camp shoes. For my boot-growing legs and walking away. For Ben's knife deciding to go on a solo hike. There is no logical explanation. It could be other people, he offered, though the idea seemed to scare him as much as it did the rest of us. Pranksters. Messing with us. What kind of person hikes 5 miles into the middle of nowhere just to steal one boot and a pocket knife? Ben countered, his voice low and steady, but his eyes were constantly scanning the tree line, never resting. And we didn't hear anything. Not a thing. Whoever, or whatever, took them, they were silent. Ben's quiet observation hung in the air, more terrifying than any of Sarah's panicked outbursts. Silence. It implied a skill, a purposefulness that a simple animal or a clumsy prankster wouldn't possess. It implied something that knew the woods better than we did, something that could move through them like a ghost. My own fear was a physical thing, a knot of ice in my stomach. I kept replaying the events in my head, Ben's knife on the table, Sarah's boots side by side. They were there, and then they were not. It was the simplicity of it that was so maddening. No sound, no tracks, no evidence. It was like the forest itself had simply decided to take them. I looked at Mark, hoping to see a flicker of his old certainty. But his face was a mask of concentration, his gaze fixed on the impenetrable wall of black surrounding us. The planner was out of plans. The navigator was lost. That's when we first heard it. It started so faintly that I thought I was imagining it. A trick of the wind or the crackling fire. It was a soft, sibilant sound, like the barest whisper of static. I glanced at the others. Sarah had frozen, her head cocked. Ben was stock still, his eyes narrowed. Mark slowly turned his head, his entire body tensing. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. 3 heads nodded in unison. The sound came again, a little louder this time. It wasn't the river, this was a higher pitch, more complex. It wasn't the wind, it lacked the random, gusting quality. It was a murmur, a low, continuous, multi-layered murmur. It was the sound of voices, dozens of them, all whispering at once, just at the edge of comprehension. You couldn't make out any distinct words. It was a tapestry of hushed, sibilant tones that rose and fell in a sickening, rhythmic cadence. And it was coming from the trees, from all around us. "What is that?" Sarah breathed, her eyes wide with terror. "It's nothing. It's the wind in the leaves," Mark said, but his denial was immediate and forceful. A clear sign that he didn't believe it himself. "It's just the acoustics of the clearing." But it wasn't the wind. The sound had a quality that was disturbingly organic. It felt intelligent. It felt like we were being talked about, discussed by a crowd of unseen onlookers. The whispers would fade until we thought they were gone, lulling us into a moment of false security, only to rise again, seeming to come from a different direction this time. First from the dense woods to our right, then from across the river, then from directly behind us. It was as if they were circling us, moving effortlessly through the darkness. The psychological toll was immense. The constant, unintelligible whispering frayed our nerves raw. It was a form of torture, a sound designed to drive you mad. We were a tiny island of light and sanity in an ocean of whispering darkness. The paranoia became suffocating. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on me. I imagined figures moving in my peripheral vision, only to see nothing but shadows when I turned my head. Hours crawled by. The moon cast long, skeletal shadows through the trees. The fire, our only shield, was beginning to die down again. None of us had the energy or the will to gather more wood. We were exhausted, running on pure adrenaline and fear. The whispers continued their relentless assault, a constant reminder of our horrifying predicament. It was Mark who finally broke. His carefully constructed wall of logic had been eroded, whisper by whisper, until there was nothing left but raw, primal fear. He shot to his feet, his face a mess of anger and terror. "I can't take this anymore," he yelled, his voice cracking. "Who's out there? Show yourselves, you cowards!" His shout echoed through the clearing and was swallowed by the immense silence of the woods. For a moment, even the whispers stopped. The sudden, absolute quiet was somehow even more terrifying. It was the silence of a predator that has stopped to listen. Then, the murmuring started again, closer this time, more intense. It was a direct response to his challenge. With a guttural cry of frustration, Mark grabbed his flashlight from the log. It was a heavy, duty maglite, the kind that could throw a beam a quarter of a mile. He flicked it on, and a brilliant, white circle of light cut through the night, illuminating the trees on the far side of the clearing. He swept the beam back and forth, from left to right, desperately searching for the source of the sound. He swept it past a thicket of young firs, and then, for some reason, he jerked it back, and for a split second, we saw them. My mind struggled to process the image, to fit it into any known category of the natural world. It failed. Standing between the trees, partially obscured by the low, hanging branches, were faces. Not animal faces. They were unmistakably human in their basic structure, but they were hideously, fundamentally wrong. They were bone, white with a pallor that seemed to suck the light out of the air. Their features were gaunt and stretched, as if the skin were pulled too tightly over the skull. They had no hair, no eyebrows, nothing but smooth, pale skin. But the eyes were the worst part. They were large and dark, and they reflected the beam of the flashlight with a sickening, greenish, yellow glow, like a cat's or a deer's. They weren't moving. They weren't threatening. They were just standing there, dozens of them, scattered through the trees, their heads slightly tilted as if in curiosity. They were watching us. They had been watching us all along. The flashlight beam trembled in Mark's hand. No one screamed. No one could. The air left my lungs in a silent rush. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The whispers, the missing items, it all clicked into place with a horrifying, final certainty. We weren't being pranked. We hadn't stumbled into a den of strange animals. We had intruded upon something else. Something ancient. Something silent, and something that was now, finally, showing itself. The faces just stood there in the stark, white light. Their luminous eyes fixed on us, their expressions unreadable. And in that moment, I knew that the games were over. We were no longer just being watched. We were being hunted. Time seemed to shatter. The moment stretched into an eternity, a frozen tableau of horror, illuminated by a single, trembling beam of light. The four of us, and the silent, watching crowd of wrong things in the trees. Their cat-like eyes, dozens of pairs, held us pinned in place, not with force, but with a gaze so ancient and devoid of emotion that it felt like looking into the abyss. My mind, which had been racing to find a rational explanation, simply stopped. There was no logic here. There was no reason. There was only us and them. The paralysis was broken not by a sound from them, but by a sound from us. A thin, wretched sob tore itself from Sarah's throat. It was a sound of pure, undiluted terror, the sound of a mind breaking. And in perfect, horrifying unison, the pale faces in the woods took one single, silent step forward. That was it. That was the starting gun. There was no discussion, no plan. The carefully constructed logic of our civilized world had been burned away by those glowing eyes. All that was left was the primal, animal instinct to flee. The word, run, was a simultaneous thought, a shared command that flashed between us without a single word being spoken. We abandoned everything. The tents that had been our shelter, the sleeping bags that promised warmth, the food, the gear, the dying fire that had been our only shield. It was all meaningless junk now. We turned and ran, a panicked, stumbling herd, plunging from our tiny island of light into the absolute blackness of the trail we had hiked in on. The only light we had was Mark's flashlight, and it was a curse as much as a blessing. The beam bounced wildly as he ran, creating a nauseating, strobe-like effect. One moment, the path ahead would be brilliantly lit, revealing a tangle of roots and rocks, and the next, we would be plunged into total darkness, our eyes struggling to adjust. Branches that we hadn't noticed in the daylight became grasping claws that tore at our clothes and skin. The 5-mile trail back to the car, which had seemed like a pleasant afternoon walk just hours before, was now a gauntlet of terror. Behind us, there was a chilling silence. The whispers had stopped. There were no roars, no snapping twigs, no heavy footfalls of pursuit. But we could feel them. It was a pressure on the air, a cold weight at our backs. It was the certain knowledge of being followed by things that made no sound. Occasionally, in the frantic, bouncing light of the flashlight, I'd catch a flicker of movement in the trees to our side. A flash of bone, white skin, the glint of an eye. They weren't running on the path. They were moving through the forest itself, pacing us, flanking us, silent as ghosts. They were toying with us. They were hunting. Sarah was sobbing as she ran, her mismatched sneakers slipping on the loose dirt. One of them had come untied, but there was no stopping. To stop was to die. Ben was just ahead of her, his quiet demeanor replaced by a grim, forward, focused terror. He kept glancing back, not at the things in the woods, but at Sarah, his face a mask of anguish. Then the inevitable happened. A thick root, hidden in the shadows, caught Sarah's ankle. She went down hard with a sharp cry of pain, her body sprawling across the trail. "Sarah!" Ben screamed, his voice raw. He spun around and scrambled back to her side, without a second's hesitation. Mark and I had run a few yards further before her cry registered. We stopped, turning back. The flashlight beam found them, Ben trying to pull a hysterical Sarah to her feet. Her ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle. She couldn't put any weight on it.
We have to go! We have to go now!
Mark yelled, his voice cracking with desperation. He was the planner, the leader, and he knew this was a calculation we couldn't win. From the trees on either side of the fallen couple, the pale figures began to emerge from the deeper shadows. They didn't rush. They simply stepped onto the path, their movements slow, deliberate, and utterly terrifying. They began to form a silent, closing circle. "Ben, leave her. Ben, run," Mark pleaded, but his words were useless. Ben looked up, his face illuminated by our light. He looked at the closing circle of pale, gaunt faces. He looked at Sarah, weeping on the ground. Then he looked at us. In his eyes, I saw no fear, only a terrible, heartbreaking resignation. He had made his choice. He wrapped his arms around Sarah, pulling her close. and turned his back to the approaching figures, shielding her with his body. He buried his face in her hair as the first of the silent hunters reached them. A guttural sob escaped Mark's lips. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Jenna, we have to go." He pulled me, and I stumbled, my legs refusing to work. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the scene. The flashlight beam caught the last image, an image that will be burned into my memory until the day I die, the circle of pale, hairless beings closing in, their featureless faces betraying no emotion as they descended upon our friends. We heard no screams. The forest just swallowed them. The rest of the run is a blur of pure, unthinking terror. Mark dragged me more than I ran. My lungs burned. My legs were numb, and tears streamed down my face, but we didn't stop. We couldn't. The feeling of being watched never left us. But the silent figures no longer showed themselves. They had their prize. Now, perhaps the hunt was over. Or perhaps they were just letting us go, knowing the fear would be a greater torture than death. After an eternity of pain and panic, we burst through the final line of trees and onto the dirt road. The sight of Mark's old SUV, glinting faintly in the moonlight, was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It was a symbol of the other world, the world of steel and gasoline and safety. Mark fumbled in his pocket, his hand shaking so violently he could barely get the keys out. The sound of the key scraping against the lock was deafening in the silence. He finally got the door open, and we threw ourselves inside, slamming and locking the doors. For a moment we just sat there, gasping for air, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. Mark jammed the key into the ignition. He turned it. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. A cold dread, worse than anything I had felt in the woods, washed over me.
No.
I whispered. He tried again. Where? Sputter. Nothing. And then we saw them. At the edge of the woods, where the trail met the road, they emerged, one by one. They stepped out of the darkness and stood on the dirt road, a silent, pale crowd. They just stood there, maybe 30 yards away, watching us in our metal box. Their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the moonlight. One of them, standing in the front, was holding something. A single, sturdy hiking boot. With a desperate, primal scream of rage, Mark slammed his fist on the dashboard and twisted the key one last time. The engine caught. It roared to life with a sound that was sweeter than any symphony. He didn't hesitate. He threw the SUV into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun on the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust, before finding purchase. The vehicle fishtailed and then shot forward, away from that cursed place. I risked one last look in the side mirror. The pale figures were still standing there, unmoving as we sped away. They made no move to follow. They just watched. Their glowing eyes, shrinking in the distance, and dust and the darkness consumed them completely. We didn't speak for the entire 2-hour drive back to the city. There were no words for what we had seen, for what we had lost. When the first streetlights of the suburbs appeared, it felt like surfacing from a deep, dark ocean. We had escaped, but we had left a part of ourselves behind in those woods. We left Ben and Sarah. We never went to the police. What would we have said? That our friends were taken by silent, pale-faced monsters from a campfire story. They would have locked us up. We just disappeared from our old lives. I quit my job. Mark sold his SUV. We moved to a different state, a flat one with very few trees. But there is no escape. Every time I close my eyes, I see the woods. I see the pale, gaunt faces. And I hear the whispers. They are not in the wind anymore. They are in my head. And they remind me that we were the lucky ones. We were the ones they let go. My name is Alex, and for as long as I can remember, the wilderness has been my sanctuary. It's a passion I shared with my best friend, David. We weren't just weekend enthusiasts, we were seasoned practitioners of the outdoor arts. We'd met in a university mountaineering club, two city-raised kids who felt an inexplicable pull toward the untamed corners of the world. Over the decade that followed, we had summited peaks in the Rockies, navigated the dense forests of the Appalachians, and learned to read the land with a quiet confidence that only comes from years of experience. We knew how to tie every essential knot, how to start a fire in the dampest conditions, and how to distinguish the growl of a bear from the grumble of an empty stomach. We were not easily spooked. I feel it's important to establish that. What we felt in the woods that October was not the product of an overactive imagination. It was real. Our choice of destination that autumn was the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. It was a place that existed more in folklore than in the glossy pages of hiking magazines. Spanning over 1 million acres, it's a vast, eerie expanse of pitch pines, sandy soil, and cedar swamps. Locally, it's steeped in superstition, most famously as the stomping ground of the Jersey Devil. We'd laughed about it during the planning stages, dismissing the tales as campfire stories designed to frighten children. For us, the appeal of the Pine Barrens was its notorious difficulty in navigation and its profound isolation. It was a challenge, a place where we could truly test our skills and disconnect from the noise of civilization. We were seeking solitude, but we would come to find that we were not alone. The drive itself felt like a transition into another world. The bustling highways of the eastern seaboard gradually gave way to 2-lane country roads, which in turn dissolved into unmarked sandy tracks that seemed to swallow our truck. The air grew thick with the sharp, clean scent of pine, but underneath it was a heavier, loamy smell of decay and stagnant water. By the time we parked at a designated trailhead, little more than a clearing in the woods, the silence was absolute. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was a weighted, expectant hush that seemed to press in on us from all sides. "Well, this is it," David said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud. He slung his pack over his shoulders, the familiar jingle of his gear a small comfort in the oppressive quiet. "Ready to get lost?" I forced a grin. "Born ready. Just try to keep up." The first few hours of the hike were deceptively normal. We followed a barely their trail, the ground a soft carpet of pine needles that muffled our footsteps. The trees were relentless, a monotonous sea of tall, spindly trunks in dark green, needles that blocked out much of the afternoon sun. The light that did manage to pierce the canopy came down in strange, dusty shafts, illuminating patches of the forest floor in a way that felt almost theatrical. There were no birds singing, no squirrels chattering in the branches. The only sound was the whisper of the wind through the pines and the soft crunch of our boots. "You notice how quiet it is?" I asked after a while, my voice low. David nodded, his eyes scanning the woods around us. "Yeah, it's sterile. Almost like nothing lives out here." He was right. It felt less like a thriving ecosystem and more like a museum exhibit, perfectly preserved and devoid of life. The feeling of being watched began to creep into the back of my mind. It's a common sensation for hikers, a primal instinct left over from a time when we were not at the top of the food chain. Usually, it fades. This time, it didn't. It intensified with every step. We took deeper into the woods, a persistent, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. We made camp in a small clearing near a stream of dark, tea-colored water typical of the region. The process was a familiar ritual, a series of practiced movements that we could do in our sleep. We pitched the tent, unrolled our sleeping bags, and set about gathering firewood. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, it painted the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, but the beauty was tainted by the encroaching shadows that seemed to ooze from between the trees, long and distorted. As darkness fell, we got a small fire going. The flames crackled and spat, a cheerful, defiant bubble of light and warmth against the immense, indifferent blackness of the forest. We ate our rehydrated meals and talked, our conversation deliberately light, a conscious effort to push back against the unnerving atmosphere of the place. We spoke of old trips, of future plans, of the mundane details of our lives back home. But our laughter felt hollow, and our eyes kept darting toward the impenetrable wall of darkness just beyond the firelight. It was around 10 o'clock when we first heard it. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and a chill had settled in the air. We were about to turn in for the night when the sound drifted to us on the wind. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, but it was unmistakably the sound of a woman crying. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated grief, a desperate, heartbroken sobbing that raised the hairs on my arms. David and I froze, looking at each other across the dying fire, our faces illuminated in the faint orange glow. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, my throat suddenly tight. A woman. Crying. Our first thought, conditioned by years of responsible hiking, was that someone was in trouble. A lost hiker, perhaps, or someone from a nearby campsite who had suffered an injury. The Pine Barrens are vast, but it wasn't impossible. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" The only answer was the sighing of the wind. The crying stopped. Not faded, not tapered off. It just ceased as if a switch had been flipped. The sudden, profound silence that followed was 100 times more terrifying than the sound itself. It left a vacuum, a ringing void where that terrible sorrow had been. Maybe it was just an animal, David suggested, though his voice lacked any conviction. A fox. Maybe. They can make some weird sounds. No animal sounds like that, I said, shaking my head. That was human. We stood there for a long time, listening, but there was nothing. We pulled out our map and compass. According to our calculations, we were at least 10 miles from the nearest road or official campsite. For another person to be out here, in the dark, without a fire, was highly unlikely and deeply concerning. We scanned the perimeter of our clearing with our powerful headlamps, the beams cutting sharp, white tunnels into the blackness. The light revealed nothing but an endless repetition of pine trees and grasping, skeletal underbrush. Sleep did not come easily that night. We retreated into the tent, zipping it up tight as if the thin nylon wall could offer any real protection. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside was magnified, sending jolts of adrenaline through my system. I lay there in the dark, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, listening to the sound of David's equally unsettled breathing. The image of a weeping woman, lost and alone in this desolate forest, haunted me. But a darker, more irrational thought began to take root in my mind. What if she wasn't lost? What if she was exactly where she wanted to be? And what if we were the ones who had stumbled into a place we didn't belong? The sun rose the next morning, but it brought no comfort. Waking up felt less like emerging from sleep and more like surfacing from a shallow, feverish nightmare. I had barely slept, and I could tell from the dark circles under David's eyes that he hadn't either. We moved about the campsite with a lethargic, mechanical slowness, packing our sleeping bags and preparing a quick breakfast of protein bars and cold coffee. Neither of us spoke of the crying. We didn't have to. It hung in the air between us, a shared, unspoken trauma that had fundamentally altered the character of our expedition. The forest's silence, which had been merely unsettling the day before, now felt predatory. It was the silence of a hunter holding its breath, waiting. So, what's the plan? David finally asked, his voice rough with sleep. He was staring into the woods, his hand resting on the handle of the small hatchet on his belt. It was a tool we normally only used for splitting kindling. Now, it looked like a weapon. I consulted the map, though my heart wasn't in it. The route takes us another 15 miles deeper, before looping back towards the truck. We can be back at the trailhead by tomorrow evening. I paused, folding the map carefully. Or we could just turn back now. No shame in it. I saw a flicker of conflict in his eyes. On one hand, every instinct was screaming at us to leave, to get back to the safety of our vehicle and put as many miles as possible between us and this place. But on the other hand, there was our pride. We were Alex and David, the guys who didn't get spooked, the ones who could handle anything the wilderness threw at them. To be chased off by a strange noise in the night felt like a defeat, an admission that we were out of our depth. And what was the alternative explanation? That we'd both had a shared auditory hallucination. It seemed absurd. No, David said, shaking his head, his jaw set with a stubbornness I knew all too well. No, we press on. It was probably just, I don't know what it was. But we can't let it beat us. We'll be more careful today. Stick closer together. Keep our eyes open. I didn't argue. A part of me, the rational, experienced part, agreed with him. We had to believe there was a logical explanation. So, with a shared, reluctant nod, we shouldered our packs and continued our journey into the heart of the Pine Barrens. The forest seemed to close in around us more tightly that day. The trail became harder to follow, frequently disappearing into thickets of thorny bushes or patches of boggy, unstable ground. The feeling of being watched was no longer a subtle prickle on my neck. It was a heavy, suffocating weight on my shoulders. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, half expecting to see a figure standing among the trees. David was just as tense, his head on a constant swivel, his hand never straying far from his hatchet. It was about 2 hours into our hike when I saw the first one. It was carved into the smooth, gray bark of a large beech tree that stood out amongst the pines. I stopped so abruptly that David almost walked into me. "What is it?" he asked. I didn't answer. I just pointed. The carving was crude, clearly made with a knife or a sharp rock. It was a stick figure, but it was horribly wrong. The torso was short and squat, but its arms and legs were unnaturally long and spindly, bent at impossible angles. It had no discernible head, just a jagged circle at the top of its neck. It looked like something a child with a fever would draw. It was grotesque, alien, and deeply, deeply unsettling. "What the hell is that?" David whispered, coming to stand beside me. "I have no idea." I replied, my voice barely audible. I reached out and touched the carving. The edges were still relatively fresh, not yet weathered by the elements. This hadn't been here for years. It was recent. We pushed on, our unease now curdling into genuine fear. A few hundred yards later, we found another one. This time, the figure was carved as if it were crawling on all fours, its long limbs splayed out like a spider's. Then another, and another. They appeared every few hundred yards, a trail of breadcrumbs left by a madman. Each one was slightly different, but they all shared the same horrifying anatomy, the impossibly long limbs, the distorted posture, the sense of malevolent motion. They weren't just symbols, they felt like warnings. Or perhaps they were territorial markings. The day dragged on under a flat, gray sky. The air grew colder, and the wind picked up, moaning through the pines with a sound that was eerily similar to the crying we had heard the night before. By late afternoon, we were exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Every nerve was frayed. We found a small, defensible clearing to make our second camp, our backs to a large rock formation. This time we didn't skimp on the firewood. We built a bonfire, a roaring blaze that pushed back the darkness, a good 20 feet in every direction. As night fell, the forest came alive with a new kind of sound. It wasn't the crying, not yet. It was the sound of movement, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves. But it wasn't the random, skittering sound of small animals. This was heavier, more deliberate, and it was all around us. It would come from our left, then our right, then from behind us. It was methodical, patient, as if something was circling our camp, staying just out of sight. Just beyond the reach of our firelight, studying us. We sat back, our headlamps on, staring into the oppressive darkness. The fire spat and crackled, our only ally in this siege. The hours crawled by. Then, around midnight, it began, the crying. This time, it wasn't distant. It was close, and it was everywhere at once. The sound seemed to come from all directions, a disorienting, terrifying chorus of sorrow that echoed through the trees. It was as if a dozen women were surrounding us, all weeping in unison. It was a psychological assault, designed to break us, to fill us with a sense of hopeless dread. I clamped my hands over my ears, but I couldn't block it out. The sound was inside my head. David was chanting, "It's not real, it's not real," over and over again, his face a pale, sweating mask of terror in the firelight. And then, just as it had the night before, it stopped. The abrupt silence was a physical blow. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the fire and our own ragged breathing. Then, a new sound began. Alex. I froze. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It was David's voice. It was his exact tone, his exact inflection. But it wasn't coming from the man sitting right next to me. It was coming from the darkness, about 30 feet away, from behind a thicket of trees. "Alex! Help me, Alex." I slowly turned my head to look at David. He was already staring at me, his eyes wide with a terror so profound it seemed to eclipse everything else. His mouth was slightly open, but no sound was coming out. His face was bone white. He was right here, next to me. "Please, Alex, I'm over here." The voice called again, a perfect imitation of my best friend's voice, laced with a desperate, pleading tone. "It hurts. Please, help me." We didn't move. We didn't breathe. We just huddled together by the fire, two experienced hikers reduced to terrified children. Listening as my friend's voice begged for my help from the suffocating darkness of the Pine Barrens, knowing that whatever was out there was not my friend. It was hunting us, and it was learning. There is no frame of reference for the kind of terror that seizes you when the laws of nature are rewritten before your eyes. Time seemed to fracture. We remained frozen by the fire, two statues carved from fear, as the voice of my best friend, a perfect, chilling replica, continued its pleas from the impenetrable darkness. It didn't just repeat itself, it evolved. It began to weave in details, fragments of our shared history that no one else could possibly know. It mentioned the scar on my left knee from a childhood fall, a story I'd told David on a long drive years ago. It hummed a few bars of a song from a band we'd seen together in college. Each word, each note, was a precision strike against the foundations of my sanity. This was not a simple mimic. This was an intelligence, a predator that had somehow delved into our minds, extracting our memories and weaponizing them against us. The psychological torture was absolute. The voice would plead, then it would get angry. "Why are you just sitting there, Alex? I thought we were friends. I'm hurt. Are you going to let me die out here?" It screamed, the sound echoing with David's own frustration. I looked at the real David, huddled beside me, tears streaming silently down his face as he listened to his own voice condemn me. He shook his head, a tiny, desperate gesture, trying to tell me it wasn't him. I knew. But knowing didn't make it stop. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We abandoned any pretense of keeping watch and scrambled into the tent, zipping it shut as if that thin layer of nylon could form a barrier against a nightmare that had already breached the walls of our minds. We huddled together in the suffocating darkness, our sleeping bags pulled up to our chins, listening. The voice continued its assault for what felt like an eternity, circling the tent, sometimes whispering right against the fabric. Then, after an hour or two, it changed its tactic. It started to use my voice. "David, are you okay in there?" It called my own voice, calm and reassuring. "I think it's gone. I'm going to check the perimeter." I felt David flinch beside me, a sharp intake of breath. The thing was trying to separate us, to turn us against each other, to lure one of us out into the waiting darkness. We stayed put, our bodies rigid with terror, until the first, faint rays of dawn began to filter through the trees. As the light grew, the voices faded, melting away with the shadows. The sunrise brought no relief, only a stark, gray illumination of our desperate situation, our pride, our confidence, our identities as seasoned outdoorsmen. All of it had been burned away in the crucible of the night. We were no longer hikers, we were prey. "We're leaving," I said, my voice a raw, broken croak. Now, there was no argument. There was no discussion. We moved with a frantic, desperate energy, stuffing gear into our packs with no regard for order. We abandoned the tent, the cooking supplies, anything that wasn't absolutely essential for survival. Our only goal was to get back to the truck. I looked at the map, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The trail was a winding, looping path. Too long. "No trail?" David said, reading my mind. He pointed west. "Straight line. That way. It's the shortest distance to the road." It was a reckless, amateurish plan. A straight line through the Pine Barrens meant crashing through dense undergrowth, navigating swamps, and risking getting hopelessly lost. Under any other circumstances, it would be unthinkable. Now, it was our only hope. We shouldered our lightened packs, took one last look at our abandoned campsite, and plunged into the forest. The woods felt different now. It was no longer passive or indifferent. It felt actively, malevolently hostile. Thorns and branches seemed to grab at our clothes and skin, tearing at us. The ground was uneven, a treacherous landscape of hidden roots and sudden dips. And the symbols, the stick figures with their impossibly long limbs, were everywhere. They were carved on nearly every tree, no longer just a trail but a gallery of horrors. Their silent, grotesque forms watching our panicked flight. Some were posed as if they were running alongside us, their spidery legs bent in a terrifying mimicry of our own desperate sprint. We ran. We crashed through the wilderness, adrenaline and terror our only fuel. The silence of the forest was gone, replaced by the sound of our own ragged gasps and the snapping of twigs under our feet. And then we heard another sound, the sound of something else running with us. It was heavy, and it was fast. It kept pace with us, staying just within the dense tree line, a constant, crashing presence in our peripheral vision. We didn't dare look. We just ran faster, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. The thing was hurting us, toying with us. The woman's crying would erupt for a few seconds, then David's voice, then my own, a chaotic soundscape of our deepest fears. We came to a wide, shallow stream, its water black and sluggish. I leaped across, landing unsteadily on the muddy bank. I turned to help David, and that's when it happened. His foot slipped on a moss-covered rock. He went down hard, his leg twisting beneath him with a sickening, audible crack. A scream of pure agony, his real scream, tore through the air. The crashing in the woods behind him stopped. A new silence fell. A heavy, expectant silence. "Alex, run!" he shrieked, his face a mask of pain and absolute terror. He was trying to crawl, to drag himself away, but his leg was useless. "Get to the truck!" I was frozen, my mind a whirlwind of indecision and horror. I couldn't leave him. He was my best friend. But as I took a step back towards him, I saw it. For a single heart-stopping second, a figure stepped out from behind a large pine tree on the other side of the stream. It was tall, impossibly so, at least 7 or 8 feet. Its skin was the pale, mottled gray of a dead tree's bark. Its limbs were the most horrific part, long, thin, and jointed in ways that defied biology, just like the carvings. They bent at sharp, unnatural angles. It had no face, just a smooth, blank expanse of flesh where features should have been. It took a jerky, deliberate step towards David, its long arm reaching out. That image broke my paralysis. David's scream, "G.O.," echoed in my ears. I turned and ran. I ran with tears blinding me, with the guilt of a coward burning in my gut, but I ran. I didn't look back again. I couldn't. The sounds that rose behind me, a wet, tearing noise followed by a triumphant shriek that was neither male nor female, will haunt me until the day I die. I don't know how long I ran. I just know that eventually, I stumbled out of the trees and onto the sandy track where we had parked the truck. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I fumbled for the keys, my hands slick with blood and sweat, and threw myself inside, locking the doors. I sat there for a moment, hyperventilating, my eyes fixed on the tree line, praying for a miracle, praying to see David come stumbling out of the woods. He never did. I drove out of there like a madman, the truck skidding on the sandy road. I didn't stop until I hit paved highway and saw the lights of civilization. I never told the police the full story. What could I say? That a monster from a child's nightmare took my friend. They listed him as a missing hiker, presumed lost to the elements. They searched for weeks. They never found a body, not even a scrap of his gear. I don't go into the woods anymore. My sanctuary has become my prison. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can hear a woman crying on the wind. And sometimes, in my darkest dreams, I hear David's voice, calling my name, asking me why I left him there in the darkness. I know what's in the Pine Barrens. I don't know what it's called, but I know it's real, it's patient, and it's still hunting. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself a city person. The predictable rhythm of traffic, the anonymous hum of a million lives lived in parallel, the comforting glow of streetlights that hold the deepest darkness at bay. That is my natural habitat. So, when my sister Maya proposed a camping trip deep in the Appalachian Mountains, my initial reaction was less than enthusiastic. Maya is my older sister, the perpetual planner, and the glue that holds our small family together. She has a way of framing things that makes them sound like once in a lifetime opportunities you'd be a fool to miss. Her husband, Tom, is the quintessential outdoorsman. He's a former Marine, built like a linebacker, with a quiet confidence that comes from knowing how to handle himself in any situation. For him, nature isn't something to be visited. It's a place to return to. He spoke of the woods with a reverence I usually reserved for libraries and museums. The trip was Tom's idea. He'd found a spot on an old topographical map, a place he promised was truly untouched. He described a hidden valley accessible only by a long forgotten logging road, a place where we wouldn't see another soul for days. "It's the real deal, Alex," he'd said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "No cell service, no light pollution, just us and the stars, Maya ever the diplomat. Sold it to me as a much-needed digital detox. I'd recently been laid off from my graphic design job, and she argued that a few days away from screens and job applications would do me good. Reluctantly, I agreed. I packed my newest hiking boots, a stack of paperbacks, and a healthy dose of skepticism. The journey itself felt like a descent into another world. We left the interstate behind, transitioning to state highways that wound through sleepy towns. Soon those gave way to a paved county road, which in turn dissolved into a jarring gravel track. My sedan complained with every rock and pothole. The final leg of the journey was a dirt path, so overgrown that branches scraped along the sides of Tom's 4x54 truck like skeletal fingers. As predicted, my phone's signal bars vanished one by one until the "no service" notification appeared, stark and final. A knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. This wasn't just remote, it felt like we were driving off the edge of the map. The campsite, however, was undeniably beautiful. It was a small, level clearing of soft grass, cradled by a ring of ancient, towering hemlocks and oaks. A clear, cold stream gurgled happily nearby, its water so pure you could see every smooth stone on its bed. The air was crisp and clean, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. As we unpacked, the sheer scale of the wilderness began to sink in. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a presence, immense and silent, watching over us. The first day was idyllic. Tom, in his element, directed the setup of our large 3-person tent with practiced efficiency. Maya and I gathered firewood, our laughter echoing in the quiet woods. We cooked hot dogs and marshmallows over a crackling fire as the sun dipped below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. Tom pointed out constellations I'd only ever seen in books, their brilliance unobscured by city haze. For a while, I forgot my anxiety. I felt a sense of peace settle over me, a quiet joy in the simplicity of it all. Maya was right. This was exactly what I needed. As night deepened, the forest transformed. The friendly woods of daytime became a wall of impenetrable blackness beyond the flickering circle of our campfire. The familiar sounds of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl were comforting at first, but the silence between them was profound, heavy, and absolute. It was a silence that felt like it was listening. We retired to the tent around 10. Tom zipped the flap shut, enclosing us in our small, nylon sanctuary. The three of us lay in our sleeping bags, the initial campfire, fueled chatter slowly fading. Maya was the first to drift off, her breathing evening out into a soft, steady rhythm. Tom seemed to be on the verge of sleep himself. I, however, was wide awake, my city dweller's brain, unable to shut down in the unfamiliar quiet. I listened to the whisper of the wind in the high branches and the gentle murmur of the stream. That's when I heard the first one. Plink. It was a tiny sound, barely audible. A small pebble hitting the taut canvas of the tent, just above my head. I froze, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. An animal, I told myself. A squirrel dropping an acorn from a branch. I held my breath, waiting. Plink. The same spot. A few seconds later. This wasn't random, plink. It was rhythmic. Slow, deliberate, and unnervingly patient. A cold dread, sharp and icy, trickled down my spine. This wasn't an animal. Animals are chaotic, random. This was methodical. It was like a slow, deliberate tapping, a knock on a door where no door should be. Plink. What is that? I whispered, my voice tight. Tom stirred beside me. What's what? He mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. Plink, his body tensed. He was fully awake now. Did you hear that? Yes, I breathed. It's been going for a minute. Maya was waking up now, disturbed by our whispering. What's going on? Plink. Something's throwing rocks at the tent. Tom said, his voice low and serious. He sat up, the rustle of his sleeping bag sounding deafeningly loud in the tense silence. The plinking continued, unwavering in its tempo. Plink. Plink. It was the most unnerving sound I had ever heard. It wasn't aggressive or violent. It was worse. It was calm. It felt like a test, a calculated action to gauge our reaction. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the steady, external rhythm. Tom's initial caution quickly curdled into anger. He was a man who believed in facing threats head-on. To him, this was some local prankster, some teenager who'd followed us into the woods to get a laugh. He wasn't scared, he was territorial. All right, I've had enough of this, he growled. He shuffled towards the tent flap, his hand reaching for the zipper. Tom, don't, Maya hissed, grabbing his arm. What are you doing? What did it tell whoever it is to knock it off? He said, shaking her hand away. Before either of us could stop him, he unzipped the tent flap with a loud, aggressive zzzz and stuck his head out into the pitch black night. Ishwai, he roared, his voice booming through the valley, shattering the silence. Fiorfanwai! Kanunk atoffor youlb sorai. He waited a moment, listening. The forest was utterly still. The rhythmic plinking had stopped. See, he said, pulling his head back in and zipping the tent shut. He settled back into his sleeping bag, a grim satisfaction on his face. Just some idiot. They're gone now. But they weren't. I knew it. The silence that followed Tom's shout was not the peaceful silence of before. It was a heavy, watchful void. The crickets hadn't started chirping again. The wind had died down. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath. Whatever was out there hadn't been scared off. It had just been told exactly where we were. And it had stopped its game, not out of fear, but because it had gotten the response it was looking for. Lying there in the oppressive darkness, I had the distinct and terrifying feeling that our presence had been acknowledged, and that the real night was only just beginning. An hour passed, or maybe it was a lifetime. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the suffocating darkness of the tent. Tom's bravado had evaporated, replaced by a rigid, silent alertness. He lay perfectly still, but I knew he wasn't asleep. I could feel the tension radiating from him. Maya was curled into a tight ball, her face buried in her sleeping bag, trying to make herself as small as possible. I lay on my back, staring up at the invisible ceiling of the tent, my ears straining to catch any sound, dreading what I might hear. The silence itself was a form of torture. It was an active, malevolent presence, a canvas onto which my imagination painted its most terrifying creations. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, was amplified 1,000 times, sending fresh waves of adrenaline through my system. I tried to rationalize. It was a prankster. They got spooked when Tom yelled, and now they were hiding, waiting for us to fall asleep so they could sneak away. Or maybe it was an animal after all, a curious bear or a raccoon, and Tom's shouting had scared it into stillness. But my gut, a primal instinct I didn't know I possessed, rejected every logical explanation. The deliberateness of the tapping, the way it had stopped so abruptly on command, it felt intelligent. It felt like a game, and the game wasn't over. Just as I was starting to believe that perhaps the worst was over, that we might actually make it to morning, a new sound began. It started faintly, from a distance, somewhere deep in the black woods to the north of our camp. At first, I couldn't place it. It was a high-pitched, mournful cry. A deer, perhaps. I'd seen nature documentaries. It sounded like an animal in pain, a cry of distress. A part of me felt a pang of pity. But as the sound grew closer, its nature began to shift and corrupt. The initial, organic quality of the cry was still there, but it was now overlaid with something else, something hideously wrong. It was as if you were taking the genuine sound of a deer's suffering and playing it back through a cheap, broken speaker. There was a layer of crackling static, a persistent fuzzy hiss that grated on the nerves. Woven into the cry were unnatural clicks and pops, digital artifacts that had no place in the natural world. It was a grotesque mimicry, a technological ghost haunting the ancient forest. The sound wasn't stationary. It was moving, circling our campsite in a wide, slow perimeter. It would fade as it moved behind a ridge of trees, then swell in volume as it came into a clearing, the distorted wail echoing through the valley. The pitch would bend and warp, sometimes rising to a piercing shriek, other times dropping to a guttural, garbled moan. It was the most profoundly unsettling sound I have ever experienced. It was the sound of nature being violated, of something pure being twisted into a mockery of itself. "Tom," Maya whimpered, her voice trembling. "Tom, what is that?" Tom didn't answer immediately. He was listening, his head cocked. The man who had fearlessly charged out to confront a human threat was now paralyzed by a sound. His outdoorsman's knowledge, his lifetime of experience in the wild, had no category for this. I could see the silhouette of his face in the faint moonlight filtering through the canvas, and his expression was one of bewildered horror. "I don't know," he finally said, and the admission seemed to cost him something. It sounds wrong. Wrong was an understatement. It was an abomination. The circling continued, relentless and methodical, just like the tapping had been. Each pass felt closer than the last. The static grew louder, the clicks more pronounced. It felt like a predator, but not one of flesh and blood. It was a predator of the mind, using sound to shred our sanity, to fill us with a terror so complete that it bypassed reason and struck directly at our most primal fears. My mind reeled, trying to find an explanation, any explanation, to anchor myself. Was it a person? Someone with a portable speaker? Playing a recording? The idea was almost as terrifying as the alternative. Who would do that? What kind of person would venture this deep into the wilderness, miles from any road, just to psychologically torture three strangers with a distorted animal cry? The malice required for such an act was unthinkable. And if it wasn't a person, what was it? The sound was directly east of us now, the cry contorting into a series of rapid, staccato clicks, like a Geiger counter going haywire. Then it morphed again, becoming a low, vibrating hum that seemed to resonate in my bones, making my teeth ache. Maya was openly sobbing now, her small sounds of fear swallowed by the overwhelming noise from outside. I reached out and grabbed her hand, our fingers lacing together in a desperate, clammy grip. Tom sat up fully, grabbing the large maglite he kept by his side. Its heavy, metal casing felt like a pathetic weapon against a sonic nightmare. "It's a recording," he said, his voice a low growl, but he was trying to convince himself as much as us. "It has to be. Some sick bastard with a speaker." The sound was moving to the south, directly behind our tent. It was the closest it had been. The volume was immense, pressing in on us, making the very air in the tent feel heavy and thick. The deer cry was gone, replaced entirely by a wall of screeching static, and a sound like fingernails dragging slowly across a chalkboard. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound wasn't just something I was hearing, it was something I was feeling. It was a physical assault. My heart was a wild bird trapped in my chest, beating its wings against my ribs until I thought they would break. And then the worst part happened. The sound didn't fade as it continued its circle. It stopped, abruptly, right behind our tent. The sudden, absolute silence was more shocking than the noise it replaced. For a few seconds, the world seemed to hold its breath. The crickets were still silent. The wind was gone. There was only the sound of our own ragged breathing and Maya's muffled sobs. We waited. Every nerve in my body was screaming. My skin prickled with a cold sweat. The silence stretched, thin and taut, ready to snap. Then came the new sound. It was not a cry. It was not static. It was wet, and it was close. So terrifyingly close. It was the sound of a long, ragged breath being drawn in, right outside the canvas of our tent. It was a congested, gurgling inhalation, as if from lungs that were half full of fluid. It was followed by a slow, shuddering exhale, a hot, damp puff of air that I could almost feel through the thin, nylon wall separating us from the night. We were frozen, three statues carved from ice and fear. The thing outside was no longer circling. It had stopped its game of noise and terror. It had found us. It took another breath, a long, wet, sniffing sound. It was smelling the tent. It was smelling us. It was searching, patiently, deliberately, for a way in. The universe had shrunk to the thin, fragile membrane of our tent. Outside was the creature, and inside was the suffocating certainty of our impending deaths. The wet, Ragged breathing continued, a grotesque parody of life, punctuated by those awful, inquisitive sniffs. Each inhalation sounded like it was drawing in not just air, but all the hope from our small, nylon world. My hand was still locked with Maya's. Her knuckles were white, and her whole body trembled with a violence that seemed to come from the very core of her being. Tom was a statue of coiled tension, the heavy maglite held in his hand like a club. He was no longer the confident outdoorsman or the angry protector. He was prey, and he knew it. His training, his strength, it all meant nothing against a thing that defied every law of nature he understood. Then, the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was a physical blow. We waited, our bodies screaming with a tension that was unbearable. A low, wet scraping sound began, moving slowly along the base of the tent, directly behind my head. It was the sound of something heavy and soft being dragged through the dirt. A moment later, I felt it, a pressure. Something was leaning against the tent wall. It wasn't a sharp push, but a slow, deliberate application of weight. The nylon groaned in protest, stretching inward, the wall deforming until it was just inches from my face. I could smell it through the fabric, a thick, cloying stench of damp soil, rotting vegetation, and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. I gagged, bile rising in my throat. I was paralyzed, staring at the distorted canvas, at the impression of a massive, formless shape pressing against our only shelter. The pressure increased, and the tent poles began to creak ominously. This wasn't an attack, not yet. It was an examination. It was testing the integrity of our little shell, the way a person might test the ripeness of a fruit before breaking it open. Suddenly, Tom moved. It wasn't a large movement, just a slow, silent shift of his weight. He brought the maglite up, his other hand reaching into the side pocket of his backpack. His fingers closed around the handle of his hunting knife. The soft snick of the blade locking into place was the loudest sound in the world. He looked at me, his eyes wide in the gloom. He mouthed a single word. Run. My brain couldn't process it. Run where? The truck was 100 feet away, across a clearing that was now the hunting ground of an impossible creature. To leave the tent was to abandon our only shield and step into the monster's embrace. As if sensing our shift in intention, the pressure on the tent wall was replaced by a sharp, probing motion. A sound like a thick nail being dragged across the canvas tore through the silence. Scree. A thin, dark line appeared in the fabric, and a sliver of moonlight shone through. It was a tear. Something sharp had pierced our flimsy armor. That was the catalyst. The illusion of safety was shattered. The tent was not a fortress, it was a trap. Tom leaned in close, his voice a raw, desperate whisper that cut through my paralysis. Alex, listen to me. Listen. When I yell, you and Maya run. You run straight for the truck. Don't look back. Don't wait for me. Do you understand? No, Tom. Maya sobbed, her voice breaking. No. We're not leaving you. You don't have a choice, he hissed, his face a mask of grim resolve. It's right there. It's focused on the back of the tent. I'm going to draw out the front. I'm going to draw it. That's your only chance. Get to the truck, lock the doors, and drive. Drive and don't stop. He was giving us an order. The Marine had taken over. This was a tactical decision, a sacrifice play. He was trading his life for ours. The keys. I croaked, my throat dry as dust. He pressed them into my hand. They were cold and sharp against my sweaty palm. Don't drop them, he whispered. Alex, look at me. Promise me. You'll get her out of here." Tears were streaming down my face, but I nodded, unable to speak. I looked at my sister, my beautiful, terrified sister, and I knew he was right. It was the only way. "I love you, Maya," Tom said, his voice cracking for the first time. He gave her hand one last squeeze. Then he turned his back to us, facing the front zipper of the tent. He took a deep, shuddering breath, the hunting knife in one hand, the heavy flashlight in the other. He was ready. "No," he roared, and in one fluid motion, he ripped the zipper open and lunged out into the night. For a split second, everything was chaos. Tom's roar was answered by a sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. It was a shriek of rage and surprise. A sound that was both the distorted deer cry and something deeper, something ancient and guttural. It was the sound of a predator whose game had been interrupted.
"Gio, run!"
Tom screamed from outside. My body finally obeyed. I grabbed Maya's arm, pulling her with me. We scrambled out of the tent behind him, stumbling into the cold night air. The campfire was nothing but a pile of graying embers. The only light was the frantic, bouncing beam of Tom's mag light and the cold, indifferent moon. The beam was pointed away from us, towards the back of the tent, and in its wild arc, I saw it. It wasn't a bear or a deer. It was not a man. My mind refused to assemble the image properly, as if to protect itself from the sheer wrongness of it. It was huge, far larger than a man, and its shape was fluid and unnatural. I saw long, spindly limbs that seemed to bend at impossible angles. Its skin was the color of wet earth, slick and hairless. There was a brief impression of a face, with no discernible features, just a dark, gaping maw from which the horrific shriek had come. It was a thing of shadow and nightmare given flesh. Tom charged it, a warrior's cry ripping from his throat. He swung the maglite like a bat, and I heard a sickening, wet crunch as it connected with one of the creature's limbs. That was the last thing I saw. I turned and ran, dragging Maya with me. Our feet pounded on the soft earth, the truck a distant, metallic sanctuary. The sounds behind us were a symphony from hell. The creature's enraged shrieks, Tom's shouts of pain and defiance, the sound of bodies crashing through undergrowth. We reached the truck. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely fit the key in the lock. It felt like an eternity, every second stretching into a lifetime of fumbling, while the sounds of the fight grew more desperate. The key finally turned. I threw the passenger door open, shoved Maya inside, and scrambled into the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The key went into the ignition. Turn. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. "No, no, no, no," I chanted. My voice a prayer, outside a new sound. A final, piercing scream of agony. It was Tom. Then, silence. I turned the key again. The engine roared to life. Its sound the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I slammed the truck into reverse, not caring what was behind me. The tires spun, spitting gravel, and then they bit. We shot backward, and I cranked the wheel, swinging the front of the truck towards the dirt road. My headlights cut a swath through the darkness, sweeping across the campsite. For a horrifying instant, the beams illuminated the scene. The tent was shredded, a collapsed ruin of nylon and poles, and standing over it was the creature. It was looking at us. Its head, or what passed for a head, slowly turned, and even from that distance, I felt its attention, its cold, ancient malice, fix upon us. It took a lurching step in our direction. I didn't wait to see more. I stomped on the accelerator. The truck fishtailed on the dirt path, But I held on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. We flew down the overgrown track, branches scraping and screeching against the metal, like the world itself was trying to hold us back. I never looked in the rearview mirror. I couldn't. We drove for what felt like days, finally hitting the gravel road, then the paved county road, and then, blessedly, a state highway. The first sign of civilization, a single, flickering street light in a forgotten town, made me break down into heavy, uncontrollable sobs. Maya was silent beside me, her eyes wide and vacant, staring at a world she no longer recognized. We never went back. We told the police that Tom had gotten lost, that he'd fallen. They searched for weeks, but they never found a body. They never found a trace. I don't sleep much anymore. Sometimes, when the night is too quiet, I can still hear it. The rhythmic tapping, the distorted cry of a dying animal, and the long, wet, ragged breath. Right outside the canvas of my memory, sniffing as if trying to find a way back in. I left the city looking for a digital detox, for a taste of the real deal. I found it. There are things in the deep, quiet places of the world that are older than we can ever imagine. And we are nothing but momentary distractions in their long, patient hunt. There are some memories that don't fade. They don't soften with time or get blurred at the edges. They stay sharp, pristine, like shards of glass embedded in your mind. For me, the memory of that trip to Blackwood Quarry is the sharpest of all. Every time I close my eyes, I can still feel the unnatural chill of the fog, hear the dead silence of the woods, and see that thing. My name is Chris. Back then, I was what you might call the cautious optimist of my friend group, the one who tried to find a logical middle ground. My two best buddies, the only two people I would have ever considered for a trip so remote, were Leo and Sam. We were a classic trio, a perfect balance of opposing forces that somehow just worked. Leo was the instigator, the engine of all our adventures. He had a restless energy that was both infectious and, at times, exhausting. He was the kind of guy who'd suggest driving 6 hours for a legendary burger or, in this case, camping at a spot with a dark reputation, just for the story. He saw life as a series of challenges to be conquered and stories to be collected. His charisma was his greatest tool. He could talk you into almost anything, painting a picture so vivid and exciting that you forget to ask the practical questions. He wasn't malicious, just pathologically incapable of considering the worst-case scenario. For Leo, the potential for a great memory always outweighed the risk. Sam was the complete opposite. He was our anchor, the voice of reason grounded firmly in reality. While Leo was buying a new, untested piece of gear because it looked cool, Sam was the one with a meticulously organized first aid kit, a laminated map, and a deep-seated skepticism for anything that couldn't be explained by science. He was a planner, a thinker. He approached every situation with a quiet, methodical calm that was incredibly reassuring. When Leo would propose one of his wild ideas, Sam's first reaction was always a slow shake of the head and a list of all the things that could, and likely would, go wrong. He wasn't a pessimist, but a pragmatist who believed in being prepared. His presence made you feel safer. And me. I was the fulcrum on which they balanced. I appreciated Leo's thirst for life, but respected Sam's caution. I was usually the deciding vote, the one who could be swayed by Leo's enthusiasm, but tempered by Sam's logic. This time, however, Leo's pitch was too good to resist. Blackwood Quarry, guys. he'd said, spreading a worn map across the table at our usual coffee shop. Up in the Green Mountains of Vermont. It's been abandoned for, like, 80 years. They say it's one of the most haunted spots in the state. Sam immediately scoffed. Haunted by what? Disappointed tourists and poison ivy. No, man, for real. Leo insisted, his eyes wide with excitement. The local legends are insane. Miners who vanished without a trace. Strange lights seen hovering over the water. The sound of tools echoing from the quarry walls on moonless nights. It's perfect. Totally isolated. No park rangers, no other campers. Just us and the ghosts. I should have listened to the warning bells in Sam's sigh. I should have paid attention to the way he meticulously researched the quarry online, pointing out the lack of recent visitor logs and the vague warnings on old hiking forums. But the idea of it, the raw, untamed wilderness, the thrill of the unknown, the promise of a story we'd tell for the rest of our lives, was too potent. I cast the deciding vote, and 2 weeks later, we were packed into Sam's reliable but aging SUV, heading north. The drive itself was a gradual descent into isolation. The highways gave way to state roads, which narrowed into country lanes. The last sign of civilization was a rust-eaten that red town of Blackwood, unincorporated. After that, the pavement dissolved into a gravel track, and then, finally, a dirt path barely wide enough for the vehicle. The trees closed in around us, their branches interlocking overhead, plunging the path into a perpetual twilight. When we finally reached the end of the road, the sight of the quarry was both magnificent and deeply unsettling. It was a great, gaping wound in the earth, a sheer cliff of dark granite, dropping 100 feet to a pool of water, so black and still it looked like a sheet of obsidian. The air was different here, heavy and carrying the damp, mineral scent of wet stone. We found a small clearing a few hundred yards from the quarry's edge, a spot that was probably used by hunters decades ago. As we began to set up our tents and build a fire pit, I noticed the first thing that was truly wrong. It was the silence. It wasn't the peaceful, gentle quiet of the deep woods I was used to. This was a profound, suffocating absence of sound. There were no birds chirping in the late afternoon sun, no squirrels chattering in the trees, no drone of insects, not even the rustle of a small animal in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. Leo paused, holding a bundle of kindling. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything." "Exactly," Sam said, his eyes scanning the silent tree line. "There's nothing. No birdsong, no cicadas. It's dead quiet." Leo just shrugged, ever the optimist. "Awesome, right? Total peace and quiet." But I saw a fucker of something in his eyes. Even he could feel it. This wasn't peace, it was a void. We tried to ignore it, busying ourselves of the familiar rituals of camping. We got the fire going. Its crackle and pop a welcome intrusion into the oppressive silence. We cooked hot dogs on sticks and broke out a couple of beers. Our conversation forced and a little too loud as we subconsciously tried to fill the sonic vacuum around us. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood red, a new element introduced itself. Fog. It didn't roll in from one direction. It seemed to rise from the ground itself. It started as a low mist clinging to the forest floor, but within minutes it had grown into a thick, opaque wall of white. It swirled and eddied, swallowing the trees, the quarry, and the world beyond our small circle of firelight. temperature dropped sharply, and the dampness of the fog seeped into our clothes, chilling us to the bone. Our world had shrunk to a 10-foot radius. We huddled closer to the fire, the flames casting our shadows, long and distorted, against the shifting curtain of white. The jokes stopped. We sat in a tense silence, listening to the fire and the sound of our own breathing. That's when Leo, who was facing the edge of our clearing, suddenly froze. His beer bottle hung limply in his hand. He slowly raised an arm, his finger trembling as he pointed into the fog just beyond the reach of the firelight. "What is that?" he whispered. Sam and I turned to look. At the very edge of the fog, where the light struggled and died, a silhouette stood. It wasn't a trick of the light or a strangely shaped tree. It was a figure, impossibly tall and painfully thin. Its limbs were too long, its proportions all wrong, like a sketch of a human that had been stretched and distorted. It was perfectly, unnaturally still. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Hello," Sam shouted, his voice cracking. Someone there." The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, a black cutout against the gray. "Get out of here!" I yelled, my voice filled with a bravado I didn't feel. In response, the silhouette took a single, deliberate step forward. The movement was horrifying, slow, stiff, and jerky, like a marionette with tangled strings. It was a motion that defied the natural fluidity of any living creature. As it moved, it seemed to resolve slightly, just enough for us to see that it had no discernible features, just a smooth, dark shape. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it took one jerky step back and simply dissolved, melting back into the dense fog, as if it were made of smoke. We stared into the empty space where it had been, our minds racing to process what we had just witnessed. A prank, an animal. Nothing made sense. Before any of us could speak, a new sound reached us. It came from the direction of the quarry. A sound that cut through the silence and the fog and went straight to the primal fear center of my brain. It was a metallic scraping, the grating shriek of something sharp and heavy being dragged slowly, deliberately across bare rock. And it wasn't a static sound. It was moving. It was getting closer. The sound, it was the only thing that existed in that moment. The crackling of the campfire. The frantic beating of my own heart, the very air in my lungs. It all faded into the background, drowned out by that single, soul-shaking noise. Scrape, drag, scrape. It was a sound of immense weight and deliberate intent. It wasn't random. It was the sound of something being purposefully pulled across the stone of the quarry. And every agonizing repetition echoed the horrifying, jerky movement of the figure we had just seen. We were frozen, a tableau of terror illuminated by the fire. Leo's arm was still outstretched, his finger now pointing uselessly at the empty fog. Sam had his hand on the small hatchet he used for kindling, his knuckles white. I was clutching my knees, trying to make myself smaller, as if I could somehow shrink out of existence and escape the notice of whatever was making that sound. "It's a bear," Leo said, his voice a harsh whisper. He was trying to reclaim his bravado, but the words came out thin and unconvincing. "Dragging a deer carcass or something. The antlers are scraping the rock." Sam shook his head slowly, his eyes wide and fixed on the darkness. No bear moves like that. The rhythm, it's too steady. And what about that thing we saw? Bears don't stand up and look like that. The scraping stopped. The sudden return to the oppressive, dead silence was somehow worse. We were suspended in a state of pure anticipation, every nerve ending screaming. my ears strained, trying to catch any hint of movement, any clue as to where it had gone. The fog swirled around us, a silent, white accomplice to the thing that was toying with us. "Maybe it's gone," I offered, my voice barely audible. It was a desperate hope, a child's wish. As if in direct response to my words, a new sound came, this time from a completely different direction. It was behind us, from the dense, black woods on the opposite side of the clearing. A single, sharp snap of a large branch breaking. It was loud, definitive, and impossibly close. We spun around in unison, our backs now to the quarry. My hand flew to the heavy, duty flashlight by my pack, fumbling with the switch. I clicked it on, its powerful beam cutting a clean white tunnel through the fog. I swept the light back and forth across the tree line. The beam illuminated the ghostly, skeletal forms of birch trees and the dark trunks of pines, all dripping with moisture from the fog. But there was nothing else. No animal, no person. Escarpee. The sound was back, but now it was louder, closer. It was no longer coming from the quarry's edge. It was in the woods with us, somewhere just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam, moving parallel to our campsite. It was circling us. "This isn't real," Leo muttered, running a hand through his hair. His face, usually tanned and confident, was pale and slick with sweat in the firelight. "This has to be a prank. Someone is messing with us." "Who?" Sam shot back, his voice tight with controlled panic. "Who would follow us all the way out here? We haven't seen another person for hours."
We are in the middle of nowhere.
He was right. The sheer isolation that had seemed so appealing just hours ago now felt like a death trap. There was no one to hear us scream. The scraping sound was accompanied by something else now. A heavy, rhythmic thud, thud, like a giant, limping footstep falling between the drags. It was hunting us. The word bloomed in my mind, cold and certain. This wasn't a haunting, it was a hunt. The silhouette wasn't an apparition, it was a predator, and we were its prey. "The car," I said, the idea hitting me with the force of a physical blow. "We need to get to the car. Now." Leo nodded, his eyes darting nervously into the darkness. "Okay. Yeah, the car. Good idea." But Sam held up a hand. "Wait. We can't just run. We're disoriented in this fog. The car is at least 100 yards that way." He pointed vaguely into the white wall. "We could get lost, separated. And that thing, it's faster than us in these woods. It knows the terrain. THUMP. Scarp. Dirike." It was at the edge of the clearing now. So close I felt a low vibration through the soles of my boots. We instinctively backed away, stumbling over our own gear, putting the campfire between us and the sound. Then came a sound that was not a scrape or a thud. It was the sound of tearing fabric. A loud, violent RRIP that came from the direction of my tent. All three of us stared at the small dome tent, its blue nylon form barely visible in the swirling fog. There was a long, dark gash running down its side, a wound that hadn't been there moments before. It looked as if a giant claw had been dragged down it. For a few seconds, nobody moved. The sight of that violation, the physical proof that the thing was not just a sound, but a tangible force that could touch our things, broke through our fear and into a realm of pure terror. Leo was the first to react, letting out a yell that was half anger and half fear. He grabbed the biggest, heaviest log from our firewood pile and hurled it into the darkness in the direction of the sound. It crashed through the undergrowth, followed by an unnerving silence. "GT Ruwa from US," he screamed, his voice raw. The silence stretched. 1 second. 210. The scraping did not return. Did you get it? I whispered. I don't know. Leo breathed heavily, his chest heaving. We need to look, Sam said, his pragmatism kicking back in, though his voice trembled. We need to see what that was. Holding my flashlight in a white, knuckled grip, I cautiously approached my tent with Sam right behind me. Leo stayed by the fire, grabbing the hatchet as his new weapon. I shone the beam on the gash. It was about 3 feet long, a clean, straight tear through the tough nylon. But it wasn't the cut that made my stomach turn. It was the substance smeared along its edges. It was a thick, dark, viscous liquid, the color of rust and wet earth. It wasn't blood. It was too dark, too sludgy. I leaned in closer, against my better judgment. The smell hit me instantly. A foul, metallic odor, like old pennies in decay. It was the scent of the quarry itself, of deep, damp, forgotten places. What is that? Leo asked from the fire. I don't know, Sam said, touching the edge of the substance with the tip of a stick. He pulled it back and examined it. It's oily and cold. The sight of that strange, foul substance on my tent, in our sanctuary, was the final straw. The last vestiges of our courage crumbled into dust. This was a territorial marking, a warning. Forget the gear. Forget everything, I said, my voice shaking uncontrollably. We run. We run for the car, and we don't stop. This time, there were no arguments. Sam pointed in the direction he believed the SUV was, and we didn't hesitate. We abandoned the warm fire, the tents, the food, everything. We plunged into the cold, blind fog, running for our lives. The forest floor was a treacherous landscape of roots and rocks, and we stumbled and fell, helping each other up. Our panicked breaths creating white clouds in the frigid air. Behind us, the silence remained. For a terrifying moment, I thought we might actually make it. Then we heard it again. Skier AP, Dear AG, Scarpi. It was behind us, and it was moving fast. The dragging sound was frantic, hurried, as if it knew we were escaping. It was no longer circling. It was in direct pursuit. The fear gave us a new surge of adrenaline. We ran harder, branches whipping at our faces. The sound of our own crashing through the woods mixing with the horrifying scraping that was gaining on us with every step. We burst out of the trees and onto the dirt track, where we'd left the SUV. It was there, a beautiful, solid silhouette in the fog. Maybe 50 feet away. Safety. Come on, Lee yelled, already fumbling in his pocket for the keys. We were almost there. 10 more feet. That's when Sam cried out. I turned to see him sprawled on the ground, his foot caught on an exposed root. I scrambled back to help him, grabbing his arm. But it was too late. The scraping stopped, right behind us. I looked up, my blood turning to ice. Materializing out of the fog, standing directly over Sam, was the silhouette. It was even taller up close, a terrifying column of darkness that seemed to drink the light around it. It slowly lowered. What I now saw was a long, spindly arm. And at the end of that arm, clutched in a claw-like hand, was a massive, rusted, antique pickaxe. The source of the scraping. It raised the pickaxe high, the tool's pointed tip aimed directly at Sam's chest. Time stopped. My entire world shrank to the horrifying image. Before me, Sam on the damp ground, and the towering silhouette raising a rust-caked pickaxe over its head. Its sharp point was aimed directly at my friend's body. In that split second, my brain couldn't process anything beyond the brutal fact that Sam was about to die, and we were next. But then, Leo moved. Primal instinct took over where paralyzing fear had rooted him. He let out a furious, guttural roar, not the sound of a man, but of a cornered animal.
You bastard!
He screamed, hurling the small hatchet in his hand with all his might. It spun through the air, connecting with the thing's arm, with a sounded thud. The sound was dull, like metal striking dead, hard wood. The creature flinched for a moment. The hatchet didn't sink in, but bounced off and clattered to the ground. However, the act was enough to divert its attention. It slowly turned its featureless head toward Leo, its movements as jerky and unnatural as before. That was our chance. Sam, I shouted, snapping back to reality. I lunged forward, grabbed Sam's arm, and pulled with everything I had. Get up. We have to go. Sam cried out in pain but tried to push himself up. His leg was twisted at a grotesque angle. My leg? I think it's broken, he gasped. The scraping sound returned, louder and faster this time. The thing was dragging its massive pickaxe toward us. Leo, now unarmed, scrambled back toward us, his face a pale mask of terror. Help me carry him, I yelled to Leo. Together, we hooked our arms under Sam's shoulders and began to drag him toward the SUV. Sam gritted his teeth, doing his best to hop on his good leg. Every step was agony. The sound of metal scraping on dirt dogged our heels, getting closer with every moment. I didn't dare look back. I just knew that if we stopped, we were dead.
Leo, the keys! Hurry!
I screamed as we reached the side of the vehicle. Leo fumbled in his pocket, his hands shaking violently. The jingle of the keys was a frantic sound. He pulled them out and tried to jam the key into the door lock, his panic causing him to miss again and again. The sound was right next to my ear. I could feel an unnatural cold radiating from it. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my breath caught in my throat. The thing was less than 5 feet away, raising the pickaxe again, this time aiming for all three of us. Finally, Leo got the key in. The lock clicked open. I ripped the back door open and shoved Sam inside without a second thought, scrambling in after him while Leo dove into the driver's seat.
Start the car!
Start it, I yelled from the back. Leo turned the key. The engine sputtered. Click, click, click. It wouldn't turn over. My heart plummeted.
No, come on.
I looked out the window. The creature was stepping closer, slowly, deliberately, as if savoring our despair. It lifted its arm, preparing to bring the pickaxe down on the roof of the car. Leo screamed, stomping on the gas as he twisted the key one more time. Click, click.
We are home.
The engine roared to life, the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Leo didn't need to be told. He slammed the car into reverse and floored the accelerator. The SUV shot backward with a violent lurch. Siwarmech, a deafening clang of metal on metal. The vehicle shuddered violently. The tip of the giant pickaxe had slammed down on the trunk, missing the rear window by inches and leaving a massive dent. The impact sent the creature stumbling back a step. Leo shifted into drive and gunned it. The tires spun on the loose dirt for a second before finding traction, and we shot forward. I looked back through the cracked rear window. The last thing I saw was the tall, thin, standing motionless in the middle of the dirt track. The red glow of our taillights washed over it, revealing a texture like old, wet, dark tree bark. It didn't chase us. It just stood there, watching us flee, as if the night's hunt was over. Its giant pickaxe rested at its side, the tip glistening with the same dark, soil-like fluid. We drove like madmen down the dark, winding roads. No one spoke. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths and Sam's periodic groans of pain. I used my phone's flashlight to look at his leg. It was swollen and horribly misshapen. A piece of bone protruded from the skin, and blood was soaking through his pants in a widening circle. I tore off my shirt to try and stanch the bleeding, but there was little I could do. "Hang in there, Sam. We're almost to a hospital," I said, not knowing if I was reassuring him or myself. We drove for nearly an hour before we saw the first lights of a house. It felt like being reborn. We had reached a small town. Leo pulled up directly to the emergency room entrance, and he and I ran inside for help. The rest of the night was a chaotic blur. Medics rushed out with a gurney for Sam. The police arrived and started questioning us. We tried to tell them what happened, but our story was too insane, too unbelievable. They looked at us with suspicion, likely thinking we were on drugs or had gotten into a drunk driving accident. They inspected our car and found the huge dent on the trunk, along with the strange mud residue. But when they went back to the location we described, they found nothing. No footprints, no pickaxe. No sign of any living thing besides our tire tracks. Sam survived, but he needed multiple surgeries on his leg. The doctors said the bone was shattered, as if struck by something incredibly heavy. He spent years in physical therapy to learn to walk again, but he was never the same. As for Leo, he became quiet. The boundless enthusiasm and reckless courage had died in those woods. He never spoke of that night again. The three of us drifted apart, not out of anger, but because being together was a constant, painful reminder of the horror we had shared. And me, I still have nightmares. I see the tall, thin silhouette standing in the fog. I hear the scraping of the pickaxe on stone. I smell the musty odor of damp earth and old metal. I know what we saw that night wasn't an animal, or a person, or a ghost. It was something older, something that dwells in the dark places of the woods. And it's still out there, waiting for the next foolish travelers to wander into its territory. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I can still hear a faint scraping sound on the wind. And I can only pray that it's just my imagination. My name is Alex. For the past 2 years, I've been dating Danielle, a woman who is, in every sense of the word, my anchor. I'm a city person, born and raised amidst the predictable grid of streets and the constant, anonymous hum of traffic in Chicago. My idea of nature was a well-manicured park or a trip to a lakeside beach. Danielle, however, was forged in the humid, wild heart of Louisiana. She possessed a quiet strength and a deep, almost spiritual connection to the natural world that both fascinated and intimidated me. Her love for her home state was infectious, and it was that love that led the three of us into the swamp. The third member of our ill-fated expedition was her younger brother, Kevin. Where Danielle was cautious and respectful of nature, Kevin was brazen and challenging. He was a year younger than her, with a restless energy that always seemed to be searching for a boundary to push. He'd recently become obsessed with cryptozoology and local folklore, devouring books and obscure internet forums about legendary creatures. For him, the swamps weren't just a beautiful ecosystem. They were a living museum of mysteries, a place where the veil between the known and the unknown was at its thinnest. It was Kevin who proposed the trip. He'd found a spot on a map, a remote islet deep within the Atchafalaya basin, supposedly untouched by tourists and even most locals. He called it the real Louisiana, and he spoke of it with the feverish excitement of a treasure hunter who had found his ex. Danielle was hesitant. She knew the swamps better than anyone I'd ever met. She'd warned us that going that deep, especially in the late summer, when the water was high and the wildlife was most active, was a serious undertaking. It's not a park. Alex, she had told me a week before we left, her voice laced with a seriousness that chilled me even over the phone. You don't just visit a place like that. You survive it. But Kevin's enthusiasm was a powerful force, and my desire to impress Danielle, to show her that I could handle her world, made me foolishly agree. I wanted to be the kind of man who wasn't afraid of the wild. I had no idea what the wild was truly capable of. The journey itself felt like a descent into another time. We left the paved highways behind, transitioning to gravel roads that kicked up clouds of dust, and finally to a muddy, rutted track that was barely a road at all. We parked the truck near a rickety wooden dock, where Kevin had arranged to borrow a small, flat-bottomed boat with an outboard motor. The air changed instantly. It became heavy, thick with a cloying humidity that clung to my skin and clothes like a wet shroud. The smell was a complex mixture of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost sickening perfume of unseen blossoms. As we loaded our gear, tents, coolers, a ridiculously large collection of Kevin's research equipment, I felt the first real prickle of unease. The world I knew had vanished. Here there was only an impenetrable wall of green, punctuated by the skeletal gray of cypress trees, draped in Spanish moss that swayed like old men's beards in the faint breeze. The water of the bayou was the color of black tea, perfectly still and reflective, hiding whatever lay beneath its surface. Kevin was in his element. He navigated the winding waterways with a confident hand on the tiller, pointing out alligators sunning themselves on logs, their eyes like polished stones, and great blue herons that took flight with a prehistoric grace. Danielle sat beside me, her expression a mixture of nostalgia and vigilance. She was scanning the banks, her eyes missing nothing. I, on the other hand, just tried to keep my hands inside the boat. My urban-bred imagination, picturing snakes dropping from overhanging branches or something reaching up from the murky depths. After nearly 2 hours, Kevin cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull. "This is it," he whispered, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The islet was small, perhaps an acre in total. A slight rise of solid ground in a world of water and mud. It was dense with cypress and tupelo trees, their massive roots, or knees, sticking out of the ground like crooked tombstones. Setting up camp was a sweaty, mosquito-plagued affair. As we worked, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. It was beautiful, but it was a menacing kind of beauty. As the light faded, the swamp transformed. The daytime sounds of birds and buzzing insects gave way to a new symphony. A chorus of bullfrogs began their deep, resonant thrumming. A sound so powerful you could feel it in your chest. Crickets and cicadas joined in, creating a wall of sound that was both hypnotic and unnerving. We built a fire, its crackling flames a welcome bubble of warmth and light in the encroaching darkness. For a while, things felt normal. We ate hot dogs and shared a flask of whiskey. The familiar rituals of camping, providing a thin veneer of safety. Kevin was excitedly setting up a parabolic microphone and a night vision camera, hoping to catch evidence of a local legend. He called them Swamp Whistler. Danielle and I just watched him, shaking our heads with amusement. And then we heard it. It started subtly, a new thread in the rich tapestry of the swamp's nocturnal chorus. It was a high, pitched sound, but not like any insect or bird I had ever heard. It was a chittering, a rapid, clicking resonance that sounded like a million tiny beads being shaken in a glass jar. But beneath the chaotic surface of the sound, there was a structure, a strange, almost musical cadence that rose and fell with an eerie rhythm. It was a melody of madness. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Kevin froze, his hand hovering over his equipment. He tilted his head, a look of intense concentration on his face. "I don't know. Bats, maybe. A big swarm of them." Danielle shook her head slowly, her eyes wide as she stared into the impenetrable darkness beyond our firelight. "No bat sounds like that," she said, her voice tight. "That's different." The sound grew in volume, seeming to come from all directions at once. It scraped at the inside of your skull, a discordant harmony that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The frogs went silent. The crickets stopped chirping. The entire swamp seemed to be holding its breath, leaving only our crackling fire and that horrifying, chittering song. It wasn't just a noise in the environment anymore. It felt directed. It felt like it was for us. The sound pulsed with a kind of intelligence, a malevolent curiosity that was slowly, methodically examining our tiny island of light. We were no longer just camping. We were being observed. The chittering continued for what felt like an eternity, a relentless assault on our senses. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. Every nerve in my body was screaming. I stared into the blackness, my heart hammering against my ribs, expecting to see something, anything, step into the light. Nothing appeared. The frogs and insects slowly, hesitantly, started their chorus again, but it was different now, more subdued, as if they too were terrified. "Probably just the wind in the trees or something," Kevin said, but his voice lacked any conviction. He was trying to rationalize it, for our sake and for his own. But Danielle and I knew better. We had heard it. We had felt it. Something was out there in the water, in the suffocating darkness between the cypress trees. And it knew we were here. We were intruders in its home. And it had just finished singing its unwelcome song. Sleep was not a refuge that night. It was a series of shallow, paranoid dives into darkness, from which I would surface every few minutes, my ears straining to catch any hint of the chittering song returning. It never did, but its absence was a presence in itself, a held breath in the night. Beside me, I could hear Danielle's breathing, too quick and shallow to be restful. The only one who seemed to find any peace was Kevin. His obsession had a new focus, and when we finally crawled out of our tents into the gray, misty dawn, he was already awake, fiddling with the audio files on his laptop, a manic gleam in his eyes. "I got it," he said, not as a greeting, but as a declaration. I filtered out the ambient noise. "Listen to this." He turned the laptop towards us. The sound that emerged was cleaner now, stripped of the frog and insect calls. It was undeniably the chittering, but hearing it in the daylight, isolated and clinical, was somehow more disturbing. The musical cadence he'd mentioned was clear now. Complex, repeating pattern that was utterly alien. It sounded like a language, but one that no human throat could ever hope to replicate. It was the sound of something deeply, biologically other. "Turn it off, Kevin," Danielle said, her voice flat. She was staring at the wall of trees surrounding our camp, her face pale. "We're packing up. We're leaving." Are you crazy? Kevin scoffed, snapping the laptop shut.
Danielle, this is it!
This is the discovery?
People talk about the Honey Island swamp monster, the Rougarou, but nobody has ever recorded anything like this. This is real, tangible evidence of an undiscovered species. I don't care what it is, she retorted, her voice rising with an uncharacteristic sharpness. That thing, it wasn't just making noise. It was watching us. I felt it. We are not welcome here. The argument raged for the better part of an hour. Kevin, high on the thrill of discovery, accused her of being scared and superstitious. Danielle, relying on an instinct owned by a lifetime in these wilds, insisted they were in danger. I was firmly on Danielle's side. Every rational thought in my head was screaming at me to get in the boat and go. But I was the outsider, the city boy. This was their family, their argument, their swamp. I felt my opinion carried little weight. In the end, a compromise was reached. The kind of terrible compromise made when one person's reckless ambition outweighs another's caution. We would stay one more night. Kevin promised that if anything else happened, anything at all, we would leave at first light, no questions asked. Danielle agreed, but the look she gave him was one of profound disappointment and fear. The day passed in a state of suspended dread. The vibrant beauty of the swamp now seemed like a facade, a colorful mask hiding a rotten core. Every splash in the water made me jump. Every rustle in the undergrowth sent my heart racing. I saw threats everywhere. Kevin spent the day meticulously setting up a perimeter of motion, sensitive trail cameras, his excitement insulating him from the palpable sense of menace that had settled over the islet. Danielle, meanwhile, became a study in quiet preparation. She sharpened her hunting knife, checked our supply of fresh water, and laid out our headlamps, an emergency gear where they could be grabbed in an instant. She wasn't preparing for another night of camping. She was preparing for a siege. As dusk fell once more, the atmosphere grew impossibly heavy. We built the fire up much larger than the night before, a roaring beacon of defiance against the encroaching dark. We sat huddled close to it, the silence between us thick with unspoken anxieties. The swamp began its nightly chorus, but we were listening for the one sound that didn't belong. We were waiting for the chittering, but the chittering didn't come. Instead, we got something else. It was Danielle who saw them first. "Alex," she whispered, her hand gripping my arm so tightly I flinched. "Look, over there." I followed her gaze, peering into the inky blackness over the water, about 50 yards from our shore. At first, I saw nothing. Then, one blinked into existence. A small, self-contained orb of soft, green light, hovering a few feet above the water's surface. It was no bigger than a firefly, but its light was steadier, more substantial. A moment later, another appeared beside it. Then another, until a dozen of them were there, bobbing gently in the humid air. They didn't illuminate their surroundings like a flashlight would. The light was entirely their own, a contained phosphorescence that seemed to swallow the darkness immediately around it. They began to move, not randomly, but in a slow, synchronized dance weaving between the cypress trees, their movements fluid and graceful. It was hypnotic. Swamp gas, I breathed, trying to attach a scientific name to the impossible sight. Willow, the wisps. No, Kevin said, his voice filled with awe. He was already on his feet, his night vision camera raised. Swamp gas is methane. It flickers, it's erratic. This is organized. It's beautiful. He was right. There was an intelligence to their dance, a purpose. They swirled and dipped in unison, creating intricate patterns against the black canvas of the night. They were leading the eye, drawing you in. And they were slowly, almost imperceptibly, moving closer to our island. The sight was so mesmerizing, so utterly enchanting, that for a moment, the fear was replaced by a profound sense of wonder. We were witnessing a miracle of nature, a secret ballad performed in the heart of the swamp. That wonder turned back to ice, cold terror when I saw Kevin. He had lowered his camera. His face, illuminated by the faint green glow, was slack-jawed, his eyes wide and unfocused. He was completely captivated, not as a scientist, but as a moth to a flame. "They're calling," he murmured, his voice sounding distant, dreamy. "Can't you hear it? It's the same melody as the chittering, but quiet. It's in my head." I couldn't hear anything but the frogs and the fire, but Kevin began to walk forward, his steps slow and deliberate, shuffling towards the water's edge. "Kevin," Danielle shouted, snapping out of her own trance. "Kevin, stop!" He didn't respond. He just kept walking, his eyes fixed on the dancing green orbs, which now seemed to pulse with a welcoming rhythm. He was 10 feet from the water when Danielle grabbed him, one on each arm. It was like grabbing a statue. His muscles were rigid, his body unresponsive to our touch. "Kevin, snap out of it," I yelled, shaking his shoulder. For a moment, his eyes flickered towards me, but there was no recognition in them. They were glassy, vacant. He was there, but he wasn't. He turned his head back towards the lights and, with a surge of surprising strength, tried to pull away from us, his feet stumbling towards the dark, murky water. The lights brightened, their dance becoming more frantic, more insistent. They weren't just dancing anymore. They were beckoning. They were luring him in. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was a trap. The beautiful, enchanting lights were bait, and the silent, chittering song in Kevin's head was the hook. "Pulp!" Danielle screamed, her voice raw with panic. We dug our heels into the soft earth, our muscles straining as we fought against Kevin's trance-like determination. He was surprisingly strong, his entire being focused on a single goal, reaching the lights. He wasn't fighting us, not really. He was simply trying to move through us, as if we were nothing more than inconvenient obstacles. We dragged him backwards, step by agonizing step, away from the bank and towards the relative safety of the firelight. He moaned, a low, frustrated sound, the first noise he had made. It was the sound of a man being denied his destiny. As we finally hauled him back into the full glare of the campfire, he collapsed to his knees. The moment the direct light of the fire hit him, he blinked hard, and a shudder ran through his entire body. He looked down at our hands on his arms, then back at the water, a dazed, confused expression on his face. What were you doing?" he asked, his voice raspy. "What were we doing?" I gasped, out of breath.
You were walking straight into the swamp!
"You wouldn't stop." He looked back out at the water. The green lights hovered for a moment longer. They seemed to dim, their dance slowing, as if in disappointment. Then, one by one, they blinked out, leaving us once again in the oppressive, absolute darkness of the Louisiana night. The silence left by the vanished lights was absolute and terrifying. For a long moment, the three of us remained frozen, our ragged breaths and the crackle of the fire the only sounds in the world. Kevin was on his hands and knees, shivering uncontrollably, not from cold, but from a deep, cellular shock. The arrogant confidence of the cryptozoologist had been stripped away, leaving behind a raw, primal fear that I recognized all too well. He finally understood. It was in my head, he whispered, his voice trembling as he looked up at us, his eyes wide with terror. The song, it was so beautiful. It promised things. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't want him to. The vacant, blissful look he'd had on his face was more telling than any description. "We're leaving," Danielle said, her voice leaving no room for argument. It was the voice of a commander, forged in the crucible of that night's fear. Not at dawn. Now. Right now. There was no protest from Kevin this time. He just nodded numbly, scrambling to his feet. The spell was broken. But the magician was still out there, waiting in the wings. The consensus was unspoken but unanimous. We had stumbled into a predator's hunting ground, and we had narrowly avoided the first part of its trap. We would not wait for the second. What followed was a frantic, clumsy scramble to break down our camp. We moved with a desperate haste, our hands shaking so badly that simple tasks became monumental challenges. We didn't bother folding the tents neatly. We just ripped the stakes from the ground and bundled the fabric into messy heaps. Sleeping bags were stuffed haphazardly into their sacks. Kevin's precious research equipment was tossed unceremoniously into its cases. Every second felt borrowed. The darkness beyond the firelight felt like a physical presence, a vast, patient entity watching our panicked retreat. The swamp's normal chorus had not returned to its full strength. The frogs and insects were still subdued, their calls hesitant, as if they knew the true king of this domain was still awake and displeased. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. The luring lights were one thing, a psychological, almost supernatural threat, but logic dictated that a lure exists to bring prey closer to the predator. What exactly had been waiting for Kevin in the dark water? My imagination, fueled by adrenaline, conjured images of gaping maws and unseen, ancient things. We had packed most of our gear and were about to douse the fire when the chittering returned. It was different this time. It wasn't the exploratory, almost curious song from the first night. It was closer, much closer, and it was filled with a palpable rage. The musical cadence was gone, replaced by a harsh, grating series of clicks and shrieks that sounded like shattering glass and grinding bone. It was the sound of pure malice. It came from the tree line, just beyond the reach of our fire, and it was moving, circling us. The boat. Danielle breathed, her eyes darting into the darkness. Go. We abandoned the last of the gear, including the cooler in one of the tents. It was just dead weight. We needed to move. Kevin, who was closest to the water, turned and ran. Danielle and I were right behind him. But in our panic, we made a critical error. We ran in a straight line, our backs to the camp. From behind us, there was a new sound. A wet, tearing noise, followed by the metallic screech of a zipper being forced. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my blood ran cold. One of the tents we had left behind, the one I had slept in, was shuddering violently. The zipper on its main flap was being pulled down, not from the inside, but from the outside. And forcing it open was a hand. It was a hand, but it was wrong in every conceivable way. It was too long, the fingers impossibly thin and spidery, stretching the fabric of the tent as they hooked onto the small metal tab of the zipper. The skin was a pale, grayish, white, slick and glistening in the firelight like the belly of a dead fish. And the fingers were connected by a thick, dark membrane. It was a webbed hand, like that of a frog or a duck, but it was grotesquely large, and it moved with a horrifying, deliberate strength. We screamed. All three of us, a single unified cry of pure, undiluted terror. The sight broke through our panic and replaced it with a new, higher state of fear I had never known was possible. This wasn't a legend. This wasn't swamp gas. This was a physical, living creature, and it was feet away from us. The hand ripped the zipper down to the bottom. For a heart-stopping second, the tent flap remained closed. Then, slowly, it began to peel open. We didn't wait to see the face that belonged to that hand. The image of those long, webbed fingers was burned into my retinas. We turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, thorns and branches tearing at our clothes and skin. The chittering sound erupted again, but now it was directly behind us, and its tone had changed once more. It was no longer angry. It was amused. It was a laugh. A high-pitched, clicking, utterly alien laugh of triumph and delight. It was the sound of a predator enjoying the chase. We burst onto the muddy bank where our boat was tied. Kevin was already fumbling with the knot, his fingers made clumsy by fear. "Hurry," Danielle shrieked, her voice cracking. The chittering laugh was getting closer. I could hear a heavy, wet splashing sound accompanying it now. The sound of something large moving through the shallow water. Something that didn't care about making noise. I spun around, my headlamp cutting a wild, bouncing arc through the darkness. I saw a flash of movement, a pale shape disappearing behind a cypress tree. It was fast, incredibly fast. The knot came free. Kevin practically threw himself into the boat, and I shoved Danielle in after him. As I clambered over the side, my foot slipped on the wet metal, and I fell hard against the boat's floor. The chittering laugh was deafening now, right at the water's edge. Danielle grabbed the cord for the outboard motor and pulled. Nothing.
Come on!
I yelled, scrambling to my knees. She pulled again, her whole body thrown into the effort. The engine sputtered. The laugh was right next to the boat. I could smell it now, a fall, overpowering stench of stagnant water, river mud, and rotting meat. Danielle gave one last, desperate pull. The engine roared to life. Kevin slammed the throttle forward, and the boat lurched away from the shore, throwing me backwards again. I looked back at the islet. In the faint, dying light of our abandoned fire, I saw it. It was standing on the bank, half hidden by the shadows of a tupelo tree. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs too long for its body. Its skin was pale, and its head was large and oblong. I couldn't make out its face, but I saw 2 points of light reflecting back at me, its eyes glowing with the same soft, green luminescence as the lights that had so entranced Kevin. It raised one of its long, webbed hands and, I swear, it waved. Then it let out one last, piercing, chittering laugh that followed us as we sped away into the black, watery maze. That sound chased us all the way back. We didn't slow down, we didn't speak. We just fled. The 2-hour journey back felt like a lifetime. Every shadow was the creature. Every splash was it gaining on us. The chittering laugh echoed in my mind long after we were out of its range. When we finally saw the dim lights of the dock, we all broke down in tears of relief. We scrambled out of the boat, leaving half our remaining gear behind, and sprinted to the truck. We didn't stop driving until the sun was up, and we were on a major highway. The humid wilderness of the Atchafalaya, facing a nightmarish memory in the rearview mirror. We never spoke of what happened in detail again. There were no words for it. Kevin dismantled his website and threw all his research into a dumpster. His obsession was cured, replaced by a quiet, haunted look he carries to this day. Daniel's love for the swamp is gone, tainted by the memory of what it truly holds. And me, I have the image of those long, webbed fingers burned into my mind forever. Sometimes, when the night is too quiet, I can still hear it. That high-pitched, clicking, musical sound. Not a song of welcome, not a cry of anger, but a laugh. A laugh that promised a beautiful, silent death in the dark water, and that still follows me into my dreams. My name is Alex, and if I've learned one thing from the ordeal I'm about to recount, it's that some places in this world are stitched together with threads of pure, ancient dread. Places that have been waiting, patiently, for the unwary to stumble into them. For most of my life, I considered myself a rational person, grounded in logic and dismissive of the supernatural. That version of me died in the Colorado wilderness, leaving behind someone who now checks the locks them 3 times and can't stand the sound of wind instruments. The story, like so many that end in terror, began with the best of intentions. It was a reunion of sorts for the 3 of us. There was me, Becca, and Noah. We'd been an inseparable trio through college, a tripod of personalities that somehow balanced each other perfectly. Becca was the fire of our group. Her red hair was a wild mane that she could never quite tame, much like her spirit. She was an artist, a painter who saw the world in vibrant hues and bold strokes. For her, life was meant to be experienced, not just observed. She was the one who could talk you into a midnight trip or convince you that climbing onto a roof to watch a meteor shower was a perfectly reasonable idea. Her energy was infectious, a brilliant, burning star that drew people into her orbit. After graduation, she'd moved to Denver, chasing the city's burgeoning art scene, but she always spoke of the mountains with a kind of reverent longing. Noah was our anchor. Where Becca was impulsive, Noah was deliberate. He was studying to be an engineer, a man who found comfort in blueprints, physics, and the predictable, elegant dance of numbers. He was tall and lanky, with a quiet, thoughtful demeanor that some mistook for shyness. But beneath that calm exterior was a razor, sharp wit and a loyalty so fierce it was almost intimidating. He was the one who'd make sure we had a map, a first aid kit, and a logical plan. He kept Becca from flying too close to the sun, and he kept me from getting lost in my own head. I was the observer, the chronicler, an aspiring writer. I was the one who paid attention to the little details, the way the light filtered through the leaves, the specific cadence of a friend's laughter, the unspoken things that hung in the air between words. I was the quiet one, the fulcrum upon which their 2 opposing energies pivoted. The idea for the camping trip was Becca's, of course. She'd found a state park nestled in a lesser-known part of the Rockies, a place famed for its dramatic cliffs and pristine forests. "Come on, guys," she'd urged over a 3-way video call, her face glowing with excitement. "It's been too long. We need to disconnect. No cell service, no deadlines. Just us, a campfire, and the stars. Like old times." Noah was hesitant at first, citing a heavy workload, but Becca's enthusiasm was a force of nature he could rarely resist. I agreed immediately. The city had been feeling suffocating, my own writing stagnant. The thought of crisp mountain air and the vast, silent wilderness felt like a desperately needed reset. So, we went. We converged in a small town at the foot of the mountains, our cars loaded with gear. The reunion was a joyous explosion of hugs and laughter. Driving into the park, the sheer scale of the landscape was humbling. Granite cliffs, scarred and ancient, clawed at a sky so blue it hurt to look at. The air grew cooler, scented with pine and damp earth. It was a popular place, as Becca had said. We passed several other campsites on the way to our designated spot, seeing families and groups of hikers. The presence of others was a comforting buffer, a reminder that we were in a managed, civilized piece of nature. We weren't pioneers braving the unknown. We were just tourists on an adventure. Our spot was perfect. It was a small clearing bordered by a dense wall of aspen and pine trees on 3 sides. On the 4th side, the ground sloped gently downwards towards a gurgling creek. Towering above it all, visible through a break in the canopy, was the main attraction, the sheer, imposing face of the cliffs. Setting up camp was a familiar, practiced ritual. Noah directed the tent assembly with quiet efficiency. Becca hammered in the stakes with gusto, and I organized the food and supplies. Within an hour, our little home was established. As the sun began to dip below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple, a profound sense of peace settled over me. This was what we needed. This was perfect. We cooked hot dogs over an open fire, the flames crackling and spitting, casting dancing shadows around us. We talked for hours, catching up on the months we'd spent apart, our voices weaving a comfortable tapestry of shared history. The easy camaraderie, the effortless understanding, it was all still there, untouched by time or distance. It was when the last embers of the fire were glowing like sleeping dragon eyes that we first heard it. The sound drifted down from the cliffs above, a melody so clean and simple it seemed to be a part of the night itself. It was a flute. The notes were long and pure, weaving a haunting, melancholic tune that echoed through the valley. It was beautiful, but there was an undercurrent of something else, something I couldn't quite name. A loneliness. "Someone's a good musician," Noah murmured, tilting his head towards the sound. "Probably another camper up on the ridge," Becca said, pulling her blanket tighter around her shoulders. "It's kind of beautiful, isn't it?" It was. But as I lay in my sleeping bag later, listening to the music continue its lonely serenade, I felt a strange prickle of unease. The melody was repetitive, a simple loop of maybe a dozen notes, played over and over without variation. It didn't feel like a performance for an audience. It felt more personal, like someone was playing for themselves, or for the mountains. The sound seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere at once, a quality of the acoustics in the valley, I told myself. I eventually drifted off to sleep, the haunting notes of the flute weaving themselves into my dreams. The next morning, the sun burned away the strange mood of the night. The world was bright and alive. We made coffee, ate breakfast, and decided to go for a hike, following the creek upstream. The day was glorious. We felt adventurous and free, laughing as we navigated fallen logs and slippery rocks. The memory of the flute music seemed distant, a quirky little detail of our first night. We returned to our campsite in the late afternoon, tired and happy, and that's when we found the bird. It was sitting on the large log we used as a bench, placed dead center, as if on display. It was a small thing, no bigger than my palm, carved from a piece of pale, weathered wood. The craftsmanship was crude, almost childlike. The wings were just jagged angles, the head a simple knob with 2 burned in dots for eyes. It wasn't sanded or polished. You could see the knife marks, the rough, hurried cuts that had brought it to life. "Whoa, where did this come from?" Becca asked, picking it up. She turned it over in her hands, her artist's eye examining its form. "Maybe one of the kids from the next site overleft it," Noah suggested, though the next site was a good 100 yards away and hidden by trees. "It's kind of creepy," I said, and was surprised to find I meant it. There was something unsettling about its primitive form, about the way it had just appeared. "I think it's neat," Becca declared, her adventurous spirit overriding any sense of caution. "It's like a little welcome gift from the forest. A trinket." She decided to keep it, placing it on our small folding table next to the lantern. It sat there for the rest of the day, its two black eyes seeming to watch us as we prepared for our second night. As evening approached, the temperature dropped, and a thick fog began to roll down from the higher elevations, swallowing the tops of the trees and muffling the sounds of the forest. The world shrank until it was just the small, flickering circle of our campfire. The comforting presence of other campers felt miles away. The woods were utterly silent. The birds sat on the table, a silent, wooden sentinel in the growing dark. We were all a little quieter that evening, the easy chatter of the previous night replaced by a more subdued mood. The perfect peace we had felt was gone, replaced by a low, thrumming tension, a sense of anticipation. We were waiting for something, though none of us would have admitted it. We were waiting for the flute. The fire had dwindled to a pulsating bed of orange coals, fighting a losing battle against the encroaching cold. The fog that had crept down from the mountains was now a thick, wet blanket, clinging to everything and reducing our world to the small, hazy halo of light cast by our lantern. The silence was the most unnerving part. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of nature, it was a heavy, expectant silence, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. We sat huddled on the log. The crudely carved bird perched on the table beside us, its burned-in eyes seeming to absorb the light. We were all thinking the same thing. A question that hung unspoken in the damp air: would the music return? And then it did. It didn't drift down from the cliffs this time. It stabbed through the fog from all directions at once. The first note was wrong. It was a high-pitched, discordant shriek, like a nail being dragged across a slate, but with the airy, hollow quality of a flute. It was the sound of a melody being strangled. The simple, haunting tune from the previous night was gone, replaced by a chaotic jumble of notes that seemed designed to grate on the nerves. There was no rhythm, no harmony, just a series of jarring, unpredictable sounds that rose and fell in pitch with no discernible pattern. "What is that?" Becca whispered, her voice tight. She had her hands pressed to her temples. I felt it too. It wasn't just a sound. It was a physical pressure. A dull ache began to throb behind my eyes, pulsing in time with the chaotic notes. It felt like the music was trying to get inside my head, to pry apart my thoughts and pour its madness into the cracks. It was invasive, a violation on an auditory level. No ever the rationalist was trying to dissect it. It's just bad playing. Maybe they're drunk. But his voice lacked conviction. His face was pale in the lantern light, his brow furrowed not in thought, but in pain. The sound was more than just unpleasant, it was fundamentally wrong. It felt malicious. The simple, repetitive tune from the night before had felt lonely. This felt like hatred given musical form. The melody, if you could call it that, grew more intense. It was a sonic assault. Higher and higher the notes climbed, into a register that was almost too painful to bear, before plummeting into low, flat tones that vibrated in my chest. I felt a wave of nausea. The world seemed to tilt, the fog swirling around us. It felt like the sound was warping the very air we were breathing. My role as the quiet observer was forgotten. I was no longer analyzing the moment. I was trapped inside it, a fly caught in a web of torturous sound. "I can't take this," Becca said through gritted teeth. "We have to make them stop." But how? We were in a tiny clearing, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of fog and forest. The sound was everywhere. There was nowhere to run from it. It was a strange, primal instinct that made us look up. Perhaps it was the simple need to find the source, to put a face to our torment. We tilted our heads back, peering into the swirling gray, mist towards the unseen cliffs where the beautiful music had originated the night before. For a moment, we saw nothing but the thick, roiling fog. Then, for a fleeting second, the fog thinned and a pale, watery moon appeared, as if a curtain had been briefly drawn back. And in that moment, we saw it. Silhouetted against the ghostly white disk of the moon was a figure. It was standing on the precipice of the cliff, the very spot we had admired from afar. My mind, struggling against the sonic onslaught, tried to make sense of the image to fit it into a recognizable category. Camper. Human. But it was none of those things. The first thing that registered was its height. It was too tall, impossibly so. It was elongated, stretched, as if a normal human figure had been pulled like taffy. Its limbs were the worst part. Its arms were grotesquely long, hanging down almost to its knees. They were thin, like the branches of a dead tree. It was holding something to its mouth, the source of the dreadful music. The flute, my breath caught in my throat. A cold, chemical dread, pure and undiluted, flooded my system, overriding the pain in my head. This was not a person. This was something else. Something ancient and wrong. Something that should not exist in a world of logic and reason. The crudely carved bird, the haunting melody, the discordant attack. It was all connected to this thing. As if it sensed our eyes upon it, the figure on the cliff stopped playing. The abrupt silence was somehow more shocking than the noise had been. The pressure in my head vanished, leaving a ringing emptiness. In the sudden, profound quiet, the creature lowered the flute from its mouth with one of its unnaturally long arms. And then it waved. It wasn't a frantic wave or a casual gesture. It was a slow, deliberate movement. It raised its long, spindly arm, held it there for a moment, and then curled its long, thin fingers in a clear, unmistakable wave. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, of greeting. It saw us. It knew we were watching, and it was enjoying this. For a frozen second, none of us moved. We were transfixed by the sheer horror of it, the intelligent malice in that simple gesture. This wasn't a random animal. This was a hunter, and it was playing with its food. It was Becca who broke the spell. A choked, terrified sound escaped her lips, and it was like a starting pistol. "Run," she gasped. We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled backwards, tripping over the log, over our own feet. The campfire, our one source of comfort, was now an obstacle. Noah grabbed the lantern, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. I just ran, my heart hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it would break. We plunged into the flimsy nylon walls of our tent, zipping the flap shut with fumbling, panicked hands. We huddled together in the absolute darkness, a tangled heap of limbs and ragged breaths. The tent, which had felt like a cozy home just hours before, now felt like a paper, thin, useless shield. It offered no protection, only concealment. We were trapped. Outside, the world was silent again. The music did not return. The silence was worse. It was filled with the image of that long, waving arm.
What was that?
No's voice was a strained whisper. The engineer in him desperately trying a data point that made sense and failing completely. That's not possible. The proportions, it's not possible. It waved at us, Noah. Becca sobbed quietly. It saw us and it waved. The wooden bird. My mind flashed to the crude figurine on the table. It wasn't a trinket. It wasn't a gift. It was a marker. A claim. It had been watching us all day. It had left us a sign, a symbol of its presence, and we had been too naive to understand. We had brought its token into our camp, invited it into our space. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, pressed together in the dark, listening. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl sent a fresh jolt of terror through us. We were prey, hiding in our burrow, listening for the predator's approach. My writer's mind, which usually found refuge in observation, was now my enemy, painting vivid, horrific pictures of descending from the cliffs, its long spider, like limbs carrying it silently through the fog, drenched woods towards our fragile tent. The night stretched on, an endless expanse of darkness and fear. Sleep was an impossible luxury. All we could do was wait, listen, and pray for the dawn. Dawn had never been so long in coming in the history of mankind. Each minute that passed in the pitch, black tent stretched into an hour. Time had lost all meaning, replaced by an endless, suffocating darkness punctuated only by the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. The three of us remained in a heap, a single, trembling knot of terror. Noah, our pillar of logic, was broken. I could hear him muttering prayers, disjointed and desperate, meaningless words strung together to ward off the impossibility that lurked just outside. Becca, once a vibrant flame, was as silent as ash. Her silence scared me more than sobs would have. It was the silence of someone who has stared into the abyss and found it staring back. My mind, usually a sanctuary, had become a torture chamber. It replayed the image of the thing, on the cliff over and over, the impossible length of its arms, its distorted proportions, that chilling, deliberate wave. I tried to rationalize, to force it into a box my mind could comprehend. A trick of the shadow and moonlight, a hallucination brought on by the jarring noise. But I knew better. The cold, chemical dread that flooded my veins was real. It was a primal, gut-level knowledge that we had stumbled upon something that should not be found, something ancient and indifferent to the rules of our world. Then the silence broke. It wasn't a loud noise, not a scream. It was a soft, scraping sound against the side of the tent, a gentle drag, like a branch being pulled across the nylon. But we all knew it wasn't a branch. The sound was methodical. It started low, near the ground, and slowly, deliberately, circled our tent. Scrape, pause, scrape. It was examining us, assessing our flimsy shelter. I held my breath until my lungs burned. I felt the pressure of Becca's hand tighten on my arm, her nails digging into my skin. The scraping stopped directly at the zippered entrance. The ensuing silence was heavy with anticipation. We waited for the zip to be pulled down, for the canvas to be torn away, for the unspeakable horror to reveal itself. But it didn't happen. Instead, another sound came, A whisper. Becca. It was like the rustling of wind through leaves, but it held her name. It was so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. But then I saw Becca's form go rigid. The sound came again, closer this time, right outside the tent. Becca. It wasn't human. It was an attempt at a human voice. A clumsy assembly of the components of speech, like a parrot mimicking words without understanding them. It was cold and motionless and utterly obscene. It was imitating us. It was learning. Noah let out a low moan, a sound of pure, abject terror. "Don't answer," he breathed, his voice trembling. "Whatever you do, don't answer." The creature was silent for a moment. Then it changed tactics. The flute began again, but this time it was different. It wasn't the beautiful melody of the first night, or the discordant shriek of the second. It was playing, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." The notes were correct, but the rhythm was all wrong. It was played slowly, tortuously, each note drawn out, turning the familiar lullaby into a funeral dirge. It was mocking us. It was showing us it could take our world, our safe, rational world, and twist it into a weapon against us. That was the point I broke. The thought of this thing, this entity, playing a nursery rhyme outside our tent, was more than my sanity could handle. Silent tears of terror streamed down my face. We weren't being hunted by a wild animal. We were being tormented by a cruel and alien intelligence. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been an hour or 10 minutes. Eventually, the flute fell silent and the heavy quiet returned. But this time, it felt different. It had a finality to it. The performance was over. And then, through the canvas, I noticed the subtlest of changes. The absolute black had faded to a deep, oppressive gray. Dawn was coming. The first light brought no relief. It brought a new kind of fear, the fear of seeing. We would have to unzip this tent and face what waited for us in the gray morning light. "We have to go." Noah's voice, though shaking, had a new resolve. "As soon as it's light enough to see, we run for the car." "What about our things?" Becca whispered for the first time in hours, her voice a dry rasp. "Leave it all," Noah said, his tone absolute. "The tent, everything. It doesn't matter. Just the keys." "Alex, you have the keys." I nodded dumbly, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get it into my pocket. The feel of the cool metal of the car. Key was a small, grounding anchor. We waited as the light grew agonizingly, slowly, until the shapes of the trees outside became dark, hulking silhouettes against the tent walls. Every second was torture. We didn't know if it was still there, waiting, or if it had gone. "Now," Noah commanded. Unzipping the tent was the most terrifying thing I have ever done. The sound of it tore through the morning quiet like a gunshot. Noah shoved the flap open, and we looked down. It was empty. The fire was a black smudge of ash. Our folding table was still there, and on it, the small wooden bird still sat, its burned-in eyes staring at us blankly. There was no sign of the creature. No footprints in the damp earth. Nothing. It was as if the night's horrors had been nothing more than a shared, waking nightmare. But we didn't stop to question it. We burst from the tent, the cold morning air a slap in the face. We ran, our feet pounding the wet leaves, our ragged breaths pluming in the air. The car was 50 yards away, but it looked like a mile. We were halfway there when the flute started again. It was behind us, so close. It wasn't playing a nursery rhyme anymore. It was a fast, frantic melody, the music of the hunt. High, sharp notes chased us like a swarm of angry bees. It was coming for us. Panic gave us speed we didn't know we possessed. I had never run so fast in my life. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. I fumbled with the key fob and pressed the unlock button. The chirp and flash of the car's lights was the most beautiful beacon of hope I had ever seen. We reached the car, throwing ourselves inside. Noah screamed at me to start it as he and Becca slammed the heavy doors shut. My hands were shaking so violently, it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, tires churning in the muddy ground. As we fishtailed out of the clearing and onto the dirt track, I did something I will regret for the rest of my life. I looked in the rearview mirror. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, right at the tree line. Its tall, slender form was unmistakable in the dim light. It wasn't chasing us anymore. It was just standing there, watching us go. And as I watched in horror, it slowly raised one of its impossibly long arms. Not to wave. In its stick-like fingers, it held the small wooden bird. It held it up for us to see. A farewell. A promise. I snapped my eyes back to the road and floored it. We drove out of there like maniacs. Not a word spoken between us, only the sound of ragged gasps and the screaming engine. We never went back. We never filed a report. What would we have told them? We left all our gear behind, a small monument to our visit in that cursed forest. We never really spoke of it again. Not really. We tried, once weeks later, but the words wouldn't come. Something had broken that night. Not just our belief in a rational world, but something in us. Our friendship, once so solid, was now fragile, fractured by the memory of what we couldn't say. We drifted apart. The sight of each other was too painful a reminder. As for me, I don't go camping anymore. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I can hear the faint sound of a flute on the wind. And I'll check the locks a 3rd time, stare into the darkness outside my window, and pray that it's only my imagination. But deep down, I know it's out there. In the dark places of the world, playing its song and waiting. My name is Alex, and if I'm telling this story, it's for a reason. It's not for fame, and it's certainly not because I enjoy reliving it. I'm telling it because people deserve to know that the world isn't as empty as they think. Some voids are full of things we can't comprehend, and some silences are just the sound of something holding its breath. There were 3 of us on that trip: myself, Gabriel, and Maria. We weren't just casual friends. We were the kind of trio forged in the crucible of late night study sessions and shared anxieties that defined our college years. I've always been the observer, the one who documents things, maybe a little too quiet for my own good. My camera is usually a permanent fixture around my neck, a way to frame the world and keep it at a slight distance. Gabriel, or Gabe as he insisted we call him, was the complete opposite. He was the group's engine, perpetually in motion, fueled by an unyielding optimism and a seemingly endless supply of bad jokes. He was studying geology, and to him, the Arizona desert wasn't just a landscape, it was a library of time, with every rock and canyon a story waiting to be read. It was his idea, this trip. He'd sold it to us as the ultimate disconnect, a chance to escape the ceaseless hum of city life and find clarity in the sheer, stark emptiness of the desert. He craved the silence, the raw, unfiltered nature of it all. Then there was Maria. If Gabe was the engine, Maria was the compass. She was pragmatic, sharp, and had a calming presence that could diffuse Gabe's most chaotic energies. She was a medical student, her mind a fortress of logic and reason. Where Gabe saw geological wonders, she saw a fragile ecosystem, a delicate balance of life and death. She was the one who packed the industrial strength first aid kit, who mapped our route with meticulous precision, and who reminded Gabe that scorpions didn't care about his optimistic worldview. We balanced each other out, a small, self-contained unit ready to face the wilderness. Or so we thought. Our destination was a remote stretch of land, deep in the Arizona interior, miles from any designated campsite or trail. Gabe had found the spot on a satellite map. A flat basin surrounded by weathered, rust-colored messes that looked like the bones of sleeping giants. The drive out was a slow transition from civilization to nothingness. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to dirt tracks that were little more than suggestions. The last vestiges of cell service vanished, our phones becoming nothing more than expensive cameras. The silence Gabe had craved began to settle in, vast and profound. It was liberating at first. The air was different, clean and dry, with the faint, earthy scent of dust and creosote. The sky was a masterpiece, an impossible shade of blue that seemed to go on forever. We spent the first day setting up our small camp. One large, sturdy tent for the three of us, a small fire pit, and our supplies arranged with Maria's signature efficiency. Gabe, in his element, was already chipping away at rocks, his geologist's hammer echoing in the stillness. Maria and I took a walk, my camera clicking away, trying to capture the scale of the place. It was impossible. The landscape dwarfed everything. We were a tiny, insignificant speck in an ocean of rock and sand. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of a low, ambient hum. The wind, the insects, the sheer weight of the space around us. As the sun began to set, it painted the messes in hues of orange, pink, and deep purple. It was beautiful, but also deeply intimidating. The world felt ancient, and we were trespassers. That night, we sat around a crackling fire, the only point of light for what felt like 100 miles. The stars came out, not as the faint pinpricks you see from the city, but as a brilliant, overwhelming flood of light. The Milky Way was a thick, glowing ribbon splashed across the darkness. Gabe, ever the enthusiast, pointed out constellations. Maria, ever the scientist, explained the physics of starlight. I just watched, feeling a sense of awe that was tinged with a strange sort of agoraphobia. The sheer openness of it all made me feel exposed. The second day was much like the first. We explored, we talked, we fell into the easy rhythm of the wild. The initial unease I'd felt had faded, replaced by a comfortable sense of isolation. This was what we came for. The disconnect, the peace. But peace in the desert is a fragile thing. It began on the second night. The sun had set, and the temperature was dropping fast. We were back at the fire, the flames dancing and casting long, flickering shadows. Maria was reading a book by headlamp. I was cleaning my camera lens, and Gabe was poking the embers with a stick, humming a tuneless song. It was a perfect picture of tranquility. That's when Gabe saw it first. "Whoa, check that out," he said, his voice a mixture of surprise and excitement. He was pointing at the sky. Maria and I looked up. High above, against the backdrop of a billion stars, was a single point of light. It was brighter than any star or planet, a sharp, intense white. At first, I thought it was a satellite, but it wasn't moving in a steady, predictable arc. It was erratic. It would streak across a patch of sky, then stop dead, hanging motionless for a few seconds, before shooting off in a completely different direction, often at a perfect right angle. It moved with a speed and precision that defied physics as I understood it. It was silent, a ghostly dance in the heavens. "What is that?" Maria whispered, her book forgotten in her lap. Her voice had lost its usual calm. "Military drone. Experimental aircraft." Gabe offered, though he didn't sound convinced. His eyes were wide with a childlike wonder. "This is incredible." We watched it for what must have been 10 minutes, completely mesmerized. It made no sense. There was no sound, no trail. Just this impossible light performing its silent ballet. It felt less like a machine and more like an organism. A celestial creature flitting through the darkness. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it blinked out. It didn't fade or fly away. It was just there one moment, and gone the next. The absence of the light left a void. The sky suddenly seemed darker, the stars less friendly. The comfortable silence of the desert returned, but it was different now. It felt heavy, charged with an unspoken question. "Okay," Maria said, breaking the quiet. That was officially the weirdest thing I have ever seen. Gabe was still staring at the spot where the light had been. "That wasn't a drone," he said softly. "The G-forces from a stop like that, it would tear anything we can build to pieces." We tried to rationalize it. We talked about weather balloons, satellites catching the sun in a weird way, even some kind of atmospheric phenomenon. But none of our explanations fit. The logic that governed our world felt thin and brittle out here. We eventually fell into an uneasy silence, the fire crackling and spitting, the mood irrevocably altered. The feeling of being peaceful intruders was gone. Now, we just felt like intruders. An hour passed. The fire had died down to glowing orange embers. We were getting ready to turn in. The strangeness of the light already starting to feel like a dream. That's when the humming started. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. Not at first. It was a vibration, a low-frequency thrum that resonated deep in your chest, in your bones. It was nothing like the hum of machinery or the drone of an engine. This was organic, a deep, guttural vibration that felt alive. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, rising up from the ground beneath us. We froze, looking at each other in the dim, red glow of the embers. The air grew thick, heavy with the thrumming. It was a physical presence. I felt a primal fear begin to uncoil in my stomach. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. And then the ground began to move. It wasn't the violent, chaotic shaking of an earthquake. This was different. It was a slow, rhythmic shifting. A deliberate undulation of the very ground we were sitting on. The sand and loose gravel around our dying fire pit didn't just tremble, they flowed. It was like watching a time-lapse video of a glacier, except it was happening in real time, right under our feet. The deep, organic humming intensified, syncing with the movement of the earth. It was the sound of a colossal engine, not of metal and pistons, but of flesh and sinew, waking up from a long slumber directly beneath us. My mind, which had been struggling to process the impossible light in the sky, now completely short-circuited. My body, however, understood the situation perfectly. Every nerve ending screamed a single, primal command: danger. What is that? What's happening? Maria's voice was tight with a fear that bordered on clinical analysis. She was on her feet, her headlamp beam cutting a frantic path across the disturbed ground. Her mind, the fortress of logic, was desperately searching for a foothold, for any rational explanation. A sinkhole, a subterranean river, seismic activity. but her eyes, wide and reflecting the last of the fire's glow, told a different story. They showed a dawning horror that no textbook could explain. Gabe was frozen, his earlier wonder now replaced by a stark, pale terror. The geologist in him knew this and flow. The ground doesn't flow. It doesn't breathe. It's under us, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. He took a stumbling step back, away from the fire, his gaze fixed on the sand. That's when we saw them. Out in the darkness, beyond the small circle of our camp, the desert floor was rising. Not everywhere at once, but in distinct, moving ridges. Mounds of sand, each the size of a small car, were swelling upwards, holding their shape for a moment, and then collapsing back down, only to rise again a few feet closer. They were circling us. A slow, deliberate, and utterly silent perimeter was being drawn around our camp by something enormous burrowing just beneath the surface. The sight was hypnotically terrifying. It was the dorsal fin of a shark, but the ocean was the sand itself, and we were the ones treading water. The humming vibrated through the soles of my boots, a constant, oppressive presence that seemed to suck the air from my lungs. The circle of moving earth was tightening, the mounds now only 50 feet away, then 40, then 30. The sheer scale of the creature, or creatures, was staggering. Whatever was down there was immense, a leviathan of the sand sea. The tent. Get in the tent. Gabe yelled, his paralysis breaking into a surge of panicked adrenaline. It was a stupid, instinctual reaction. The flimsy nylon walls of our tent offered no more protection than a paper bag, but it was the only semblance of shelter we had. No, Maria shouted, grabbing his arm. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the fear. The truck! We go to the truck! Now, she was right. The truck was our only real hope, a metal shell 100 yards away across the open desert. 100 yards that now felt like 100 miles. We didn't need any more convincing. The three of us turned and ran. We abandoned everything. The smoldering fire, our food, the first aid kit Maria had so carefully packed, my camera bag sitting by my chair. None of it mattered. Survival had stripped our needs down to the absolute minimum run. The moment our feet hit the open sand, the game changed. The humming grew louder, more aggressive, and the movement beneath the sand became frantic. The slow, circling patrol erupted into a direct pursuit. A massive ridge of sand surged up directly behind us, keeping pace with our desperate sprint. It was like being chased by a wave on a beach. A wave that could think, a wave that wanted to drown us. I've never known a terror like it. Running through the pitch, black desert. The only light from Maria's wildly bouncing headlamp, with the palpable feeling of a hunter at our heels. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on the sound of my own ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of my feet on the soft, shifting ground. The sand gave way with every step, trying to pull me down, to slow me, to feed me to whatever was chasing us. It's flanking us! Gabe screamed. To our left, another ridge of sand erupted, moving parallel to us, trying to cut off our path to the truck. It was a coordinated hunt. We were being herded. We veered right, changing direction, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. The air was cold, but sweat poured down my face, stinging my eyes. Every instinct was telling me this was impossible, a nightmare brought on by the strange light. But the vibrating ground and the burning in my muscles were undeniably real. The dark shape of Gabe's truck finally appeared in the bouncing beam of the headlamp. It was a beacon of hope, a symbol of the world we had left behind, a world where the ground stayed still. We scrambled towards it. The sound of shifting sand and the deep thrumming seemingly right on top of us. Gabe, who had the keys, fumbled with the lock, his hands shaking violently. The clicking of the electronic unlock was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. We threw ourselves inside, slamming the heavy doors shut, encasing ourselves in a bubble of steel and glass. For a glorious second, we were safe. We were panting, gasping for air, hearts hammering against our ribs. Outside, the world was silent. The humming had stopped. The ground was still. Did we lose it? Maria asked, her voice trembling as she peered through the dusty windshield into the impenetrable darkness. Gabe didn't answer. He jammed the key into the ignition, his knuckles white. Come on, he muttered, turning the key. The engine clicked. Once. He turned it again. Click. A sick feeling of dread washed over me, cold and heavy. He tried again and again. Click. Click. The battery was dead. The dome light, which had come on when we opened the doors, flickered and then faded into nothing, plunging us into absolute blackness. The silence that followed was worse than the humming. It was a predatory silence, a listening silence. We were trapped. A metal box in the middle of an alien hunting ground. No, Gabe whispered, banging his forehead against the steering wheel. His optimism, the very core of his being, had been completely extinguished. That's when the humming returned. It was different this time. Not from all around, but from directly beneath the truck. The vibration started in the floor panels, rattling up through the seats. And then came a new sound. A scraping. The sound of something coarse and hard, like immense claws or a rocky hide, dragging against the undercarriage of the truck. Scrape. Drag. Scrape. My blood ran cold. It was touching us. It knew we were in here. Suddenly, the truck lurched violently to the left, throwing us against the doors. A collective scream escaped our lips. It was lifting us. The scraping sound intensified, and the whole vehicle began to tilt, the passenger side wheels lifting off the ground. Sand and gravel rained down against the windows as the thing beneath us adjusted its grip. Maria's headlamp, which had been pointing at the floor, swung up as she was thrown back against her seat. Its beam cut through the darkness and illuminated a patch of sand. Through the driver's side window, just for a second. In that fleeting moment of light, I saw it. The ground broke. Something pushed through the surface. It wasn't sand. It was a deep obsidian black, glistening as if wet, but impossibly solid. It wasn't rock. The texture was wrong. It was segmented, like the chitinous plate on an insect's back, but it was massive, a single section wider than the truck's door. And from a seam in the plate, a thin, whip-like appendage, impossibly long and tipped with a metallic sheen, unfurled and tapped against the window right in front of my face. Tap, tap, tap. It was a sound of curiosity, of inspection, like a biologist tapping on a specimen jar. Then, with a sickening screech of protesting metal, the appendage began to drag itself down the glass, leaving a deep, gouging scratch in its wake. We were in a cage, and the zookeeper was here to see what was inside. Time ceased to have meaning. We were three terrified animals frozen in a steel cage, while a predator of impossible origin toyed with us. The rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the glass was a form of torture, a deliberate, intelligent sound that stripped away any hope that this was a random act of nature. My gaze was locked on the deep scratch. The appendage had carved into the window, a permanent scar marking the moment our reality had been irrevocably broken. Then, as suddenly as it began, the tapping stopped. The silence that rushed in was somehow worse, thick with anticipation. We didn't breathe. We didn't move. We just listened, our ears straining against the frantic drumming of our own hearts. The deep, resonant humming from beneath the truck continued, a constant reminder of the immense power lying just inches away. A low groan of tortured metal echoed through the cabin. It wasn't a sudden noise, but a slow, building pressure. The entire truck was shifting, not lurching, but being carefully, deliberately tilted. I watched in horror as the passenger side, where Maria and I were pressed against the door, began to rise. The world outside the windshield canted at a sickening angle. The only thing keeping us from piling on top of Gabe was the force of gravity pinning us to our seats. "It's going to roll us," Maria whispered, her voice strained. The pragmatist in her was gone, replaced by someone simply cataloging the final moments. "It's going to crush us inside." The pressure intensified. A spiderweb of cracks radiated from the scratch on my window, the glass bowing inward. The scraping sound returned, louder and more violent, as the creature adjusted its hold on the undercarriage, its rocky hide grinding against the frame. It was like being in a tin can being squeezed by a giant, inquisitive hand. Gabe, who had been a statue of despair, suddenly moved. He wasn't panicking. His movements were slow, almost methodical. He reached into the glove compartment, his fingers fumbling in the dark before closing around something. He pulled out a high-powered flashlight, the heavy-duty metal kind he always brought on his trips. "What are you doing?" I choked out, my voice barely audible. He didn't answer me. He looked at Maria, then at me. In the profound darkness of the cab, I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel the shift in him. The optimistic, joke-loving Gabe was gone, burned away by terror. The man left in his place was someone I didn't recognize, someone looking at a problem with no logical solution and choosing an illogical one. "When it breaks through," he said, his voice eerily calm, "it's going to be focused on one of us. The other two run. Don't look back, just run east, towards the sunrise." "Gabe, no!" Maria cried, her voice cracking. "We stay together and die together." He shot back, a flicker of his old, argumentative self. The truck groaned again, tilting further. A sharp crack announced that the window on Gabe's side had given way. "There's no together anymore. There's only a way." Before either of us could argue, the creature made its move. The appendage that had tapped on my window reappeared. But this time it didn't tap. It slammed against the cracked glass with incredible force. The window didn't shatter, it imploded, spraying the cabin with a shower of tempered glass pebbles. A blast of cold, dusty air filled the truck, along with the deep, organic thrumming of the creature now deafeningly loud. The whip, like appendage, snaked inside, its metallic tip glinting. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, like a serpent made of liquid metal, exploring the space. It brushed against the dashboard, leaving another deep scratch in the plastic. It was searching, tasting the air, sensing us. We scrambled back, pressing ourselves as far away as possible, a tangle of limbs and silent screams. The appendage turned towards us. I saw it clearly now. The tip wasn't solid metal. It was a complex, multi-faceted lens, like an insect's eye, and from its center emitted a soft, pulsating, blue-white light, the same impossible light we had seen in the sky. It was a sensory organ. It was looking at us, and then Gabe acted. With a roar that was pure, primal rage, he lunged forward. He switched on the heavy flashlight, its powerful beam cutting through the darkness and striking the alien eye head-on. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. A high-pitched shriek, a sound that was both mechanical and biological, pierced the air, so intense it made my teeth ache. The appendage recoiled violently, thrashing back out of the broken window. The entire truck shook as the creature beneath us convulsed in what could only be pain or shock.
Gio! No.
Gabe screamed, shoving his door open. He didn't run. He scrambled out of the truck and stood his ground, keeping the flashlight beam pointed at the spot where the appendage had vanished. Maria didn't hesitate. She grabbed my arm, her grip like a vise, and pulled me towards her door. "Alex, come on! Move!" My body was frozen. My mind locked on the image of Gabe, standing alone in the darkness, facing down a god of the deep earth. But Maria's pull was insistent. We tumbled out of the passenger door, landing hard on the cold sand. The humming was disorienting, a physical force that made the ground feel like it was vibrating apart. We ran. We followed Gabe's last command and ran east into the pitch black, featureless desert. I risked one look back. It's a decision I will regret until the day I die. Gabe was a lone silhouette against the faint starlight, the beam of his flashlight a defiant spear of light. The ground around him was erupting. It wasn't just ridges anymore. The desert floor was breaking apart as the full creature began to surface. I saw massive, glistening black plates heave into view, impossibly large. I saw not one, but a dozen of the whip, like appendages rising from the churning sand, their luminous tips blinking in agitation. They swarmed towards the single, defiant beam of the flashlight. They swarmed towards Gabe. The last thing I saw was the ground swelling up beneath him, a wave of sand and shadow that rose and crested, and fell, swallowing him whole. The flashlight beam tilted wildly towards the sky, cut a final, desperate arc through the darkness, and then winked out. The shriek of the creature was replaced by the sound of Maria screaming my name, pulling me, forcing me to turn away, to run. And we ran until our lungs were fire and our legs gave out. We ran from the humming, from the memory of the light, from the silence that Gabe had left behind. We collapsed at the base of a mesa as the first hint of dawn bruised the eastern horizon. We were miles from the truck with no water, no supplies, no hope. But we were alive. The humming was gone. The desert was still. Hours later, a park ranger, on a routine patrol of an area he rarely visited, found us. We were dehydrated, delirious, and in shock. We told him everything. The light, the humming, the thing in the sand, the truck Gabe. He listened patiently, his face a mask of professional concern. He gave us water and drove us back. The campsite was just as we had left it, an island of abandoned equipment in a sea of undisturbed sand. There were no tracks but our own. Gabe's truck stood silently in the distance. When we got to it, the battery was, inexplicably, fully charged. It started on the first try. The windows were intact. There were no scratches on the glass, no gouges in the metal. It was perfect. Gabe was gone. The official report concluded that he likely wandered off into the desert, succumbing to exposure. Our story was dismissed as a shared delusion, a hallucination brought on by dehydration and stress. There was no evidence. There was no proof. There was only the silence. But I know what I saw. Maria knows what she saw. We don't talk about it, not anymore. There are no words that can contain the horror of that night, but I carry it with me. I carry the memory of Gabe's final, defiant act, and I carry the certain, terrifying knowledge that we are not alone, that the empty spaces on the map are not truly empty. They're just places where the silence is waiting, places where things older and vaster than our comprehension are sleeping, burrowed just beneath the surface, waiting for a reason to wake up.